I'm here with Abe Dinkus right now, the one and only Abe Dinkus, you know.
In the dust, have him low, eyes up. Said stay small, he just laughed from his gut. Late night screen glow, rum on the desk. Pin like a pistol, heart pounding in his chest. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words and a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right. They throw stones, he builds homes from the shards. Laughs at the slurs, turns scars into art. Wide brim shadow on a rusted old truck. He's talking truth, they're praying he shuts up. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words in a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right. Pass that plate, this ain't charity, it's war. Pass that plate, every dollar is a door. Open roads where his voice runs wild. You fund the fight, you free the child inside. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Stack that fuel, let him sharpen his mind. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Load him up, watch him walk through the fire. It's time. It's time. It's time for Abe to rise to new heights. Frontline words and a cultural fight. Pay Abe so he can grow, take flight. Back this man, let him claim what's right.
Old coat, same boots, dust on his name like Sue. Bar light catches the scar on his jaw. Nobody asked what he saw. Empty chair at the corner of the bar, kept there like a shrine, like a...
Well, welcome in, everyone. I know I'm starting a little bit early. I scheduled it for 7:15. Figured 7:15 is when I'll give it till there's enough folks in the chat. Yo, it's good to see you, Jeremy Ryan. Good to see you. Welcome in Nate as well, and Rude Cunt Crab, and Steelman, and Smoking Spaceman. Smoking Spaceman, I see that you've asked. Oh, first, before I light into things, how's the sound? I need to make sure that the mic is working good and you guys can hear and understand me. And then I can get into, things. maybe do a few different things this evening, but as you can see, there's a strange title and a kind of funny thumbnail tonight. So give me a, I don't know, thumbs up or one in chat if the mic is coming out clear and you guys can understand me well. And then we'll get into it a little bit. Awesome. Thank you, Nate. So, as you can see, the title is What's the Point? And the thumbnail showed, really, men, really? This is kind of an address partially to what we watched with Brian Shapiro versus Rachel on Modern Day Debates recently, where Brian basically tries to take the moral high ground as much as possible with his grandstanding and his virtue signaling, right? And it's funny because it's supposed to be a debate on feminism, but I never hear him actually address feminism. He basically just makes character assassination and character attacks on Rachel and Andrew the entire time. And he tries to tie them all in together as if they're terrible people for standing against what he believes. So basically, the question I'm asking is, really, when did it become grown-ass men coming out here? And actually, I'll use a term which my wife showed me, actually. They're not sons of bitches. They're bitches of sons. They're just sons that are bitches themselves. And they come out here, and they need to badmouth either women or other men. They need to make fun of everything. They got to play up to the drama all the time. It seems beneath them to act in such a way. If you have an issue with somebody, just come right out and say what the issue is. You don't need to story tell and gossip and act a fool in public constantly. It seems to be a trend I'm seeing a lot in the male side of the population. They're running around acting like Gossip Betty from the sewing circle over there on the corner. They need to make out of context clips. They need to make everybody look like fools all of the time. And this is, look, there's a little bit of fun to be had with this, right? There's silly fun, but it's a whole different thing when you're trying to ignite drama or destroy the character of a person publicly on a constant basis. If you're so sharp and you're so capable, then stand toe-to-toe with that person in the arena of their ideas, not call them out for a bunch of things that have nothing to do with the topic you're talking about. One of the things that I've done recently is I kind of just stay out of the drama. It's been my MO is I am Switzerland. I stay out of the drama. I don't need to fight with people over what they say about each other, and I don't need to in on their fights against each other either. Although there's definitely been a ton of them recently, right? There's been everybody versus everybody, every direction, all the time. And it kind of just feels like a whole bunch of women just screaming at each other. And look, it's fine for you to highlight who you have an issue with and to say why you have an issue with them. And obviously, these people are making money off of their gossip and drama streams. But it seems awful silly to me. And then to have people run around calling these guys patriarchs. They're a good patriarch. They're a husband and a father. Sorry, the last time I checked, the stable stoic man is not running around bad-mouthing everybody behind their back. And then when they're in front of their face, they talk as if they're okay with them. That's wild to me. So yeah, it's just a pattern I've seen recently, which tends to bug me quite a bit, because if I have an issue with you, I'd rather just have it out with you with words, right? And that could be live. I could have words with you publicly live, but if you're trying to make somebody look terrible in their absence, that just seems stupid. Seems like stupid high school gossip bullcrap to me. Does that mean it should never be done? I don't know. I'm not saying that, but it seems when it didn't get the attention of the person and nobody really cares about the thing that you're doing, why continue to do it over and over and over again? And if you make your entire presence on the internet about other people and their shortcomings, what do you expect that's going to gain you in the long run, other than a whole lot of enemies and people standing against you and everything you do? So I don't know. It doesn't seem to be the way of a man to me, I guess, is what I'm saying. And I see it very often all over the place. Petty squabbles is one thing, but when it goes beyond that, it seems distasteful, I guess. Especially if it's like full-blown lies, right? Like if you say I decide I want to critique somebody's behavior and I play an entire clip of whatever their debate performance or what they're doing, and I tear down what I think is wrong with it, that's one thing, right? That's an actual criticism or an actual review of someone's action or behavior. It's a whole different thing when you just keep clipping them out of context, just tons of them, and then just make fun of it over and over again for weeks on end or months on end. I think it's really weird to me. Crab says, people are stupid and petty with a bad habit of wanting to make others dislike someone they don't like. I agree with that. And see, look, here's the thing. And I'll say this to you guys, those of you who are in my chat who know me, you know that I don't like badmouth people. This doesn't mean that I like everyone in the space or everyone in general, but it also isn't everyone's business who I dislike and why. It seems like one of those situations where you utilize your, what do they call that? The relationship between streamer and audience member, right? They use that relationship to sway people against whoever it is that they're against. And it seems over the top silly. Like I would rather tell all of you the bad ideas this person has and break down why those ideas are flawed and messed up. And then you can make your decision. I don't need to tell you to dislike or to hate somebody or that their lifestyle's messed up. That's none of my business. But whatever they're professing, I can tear down. I can tear it down and show you exactly why it needs torn down and why it needs stood against. But it's a whole different thing to try and destroy the character of the person outside of the ideas, outside of the thing that person stands for. It's like I've said on my channel before. I don't hate people. I hate ideas. I hate bad ideas. I hate bad theology. I hate bad actions even. But the people are redeemable. And I'm not even saying that in a religious way, although that would be true as well. Even if somebody has terrible habits or does terrible things, that person could be redeemable. They could walk away from those bad habits. They could change how they behave and become a better, more upright person. That's why I'm not out here to hate the people. Oh, so-and-so got in a fight with so-and-so, and now they don't have anything to do with each other, and there was money and all this. I don't care. It's not my business. I don't have some crazy allyship that makes me automatically loyal to such and such person. Now, do I side with people based on ideas? Yes, that is true. I will side with people on their ideas. And I can say, I think this action this person took was wrong. But I'm not going to run around saying this person's this, right? Oh, that's a salute. Oh, that's a, whatever. As everybody who has been doing that seems to be doing. I think that there's a way to conduct yourself that's upright and leaves the drama and bullshit to the side. And that's all I can say. So I think that when Brian is acting the way that he has with Rachel in that debate, I think he's acting like a feminine dirtbag at the time. Maybe he can recover from that. Maybe he could be a better human being than he is being. But the way he's showing himself is feminine and silly. That's why the thumbnail has a bunch of guys in dresses being sucked up into a fire tornado. Because I'm pretty sure if we have a society filled with men acting like women, well, guess what? You can say you stand against the trans movement as a man, but if you're out here gossiping and acting like a woman the whole time, then I don't think you're actually against it. Just the truth of the matter in my mind, anyway. So, beyond that, I am not sure what all I want to do tonight. That's one thing I wanted to address. There's a few other things. I've been in talks with Hall Long Nate about that series, Young Men. It's not your fault, but it is your fight. And I'd like to work on more principles for that. And it's funny because this episode of my pod today, I'm obviously addressing the fact that there's a whole bunch of men acting like women out here. Well, that would be one of the things, right? There's a bunch of young men out here that have been raised to be drama-based, not stoic. They've been taught to be timid, to be quiet, to sit calmly, to not be direct with your words because they may be mean or unkind. They've been taught to not tell it how it is. And I think that a trademark piece of masculinity is actually being willing to just say what is. Like the whole letting your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes and being earnest and honest about it. Does this mean you're going to do it always? No, of course not. Sometimes there's going to be some impedance to what you want to say, or you're going to take the time to decide how you want to say things. But we have this whole thing, and I think I don't know, I'm 42, and I would say that everything around my age and younger, I have noticed this strange trend towards more feminine behavior, whether it's the gossiping or whether it's being steeped in emotions all of the time. And to be fair, I'm not blaming these guys for it, but they're going to have to work to fix it, because that isn't the masculine side of the paradigm. And even though we were raised screwed up, right? We were raised in schools that were telling us we needed to be more like the girls in the class, to sit down, be quiet, don't say mean words, don't be harsh, don't, like, all the things that are needed to be a man who's forthright in the world have been pressed down. And then the more that our parents bought into that system, they also did the same. They pressed down. They wanted us to act well within society. Well, in all of human history, that's not how men would act in society. And even today, there's more respect given to men willing to say hard things. There's more respect given to men willing to be the upright, willing agent in the world. And you do not see that as much as we ought to see that. You guys know, if you're male and you have guy friends, you talk 100% different with your male friends than you do most of the time with the rest of the world. You give each other shit. You are willing to be pushy. You're willing to grab what you want when you want it. Oh, that's the last of whatever food. That's the last of whatever drink. That's mine. I don't give a shit what you want. You didn't grab it first. And you don't see that anywhere but in small groups of male friends. Well, guess what? That's what used to be trademark male behavior. We would give each other shit. We would test ideas. We would call out the bad or stupid behavior, even if it was in public, because it was the masculine thing to do. And yet what we see today is don't say anything. You know, everybody's allowed to be whatever they want and do whatever they want. So you keep it to yourself. That's also the rise of the more libertarian movement. You see all these people, well, it's just do whatever you want, worship yourself, it's all good. Guess what? Nobody benefits from that. Not even the person who worships themselves and acts as if they are the most important thing in the world benefits from that. If you don't take into consideration that there's other people, whether it's your spouse, your children, your friends, your family, you're just a piece of garbage at that point, and you're willing to let the world burn so that you benefit. And then I think that is the gateway or the walkway right into full-on leftism, which we're seeing play out in the world stage right now, right? You've got the trans movement, you've got all kinds of stuff. You got this epic rise of feminism, which you guys have all heard me criticize in the past. I have huge issues with even the way that it's been taught to us in modern times. Because if you look at the inception of feminism, it is not good, and it didn't stand for good even from its inception. They can claim it. All of these feminist authors over time have changed the narrative by literally lying in their works. And then popular culture lies about things and tells you things that aren't even true about the movement. If you go back to the earliest start of the feminist movement, what you'll see is it's a whole bunch of women who walked away from the church and their families in order to do as they wilt. They went into goddess worship and all these other things, and then they came back to men of the church and seeded ideas and pulled at them to change the religious system so that they would allow all kinds of things that are anti-biblical or anti-Christian. You see Planned Parenthood rise up, and Planned Parenthood literally started as a way to do eugenics, to get rid of races or undesirables in the United States and other nations. You tell me how any of those things that have come from feminism are inherently good. So here we have Brian out here saying feminism's good, won't talk about feminism at all. He'll only attack the character of the woman debater that he's against. And I'm telling you, you go back and look, it's goddess worship, it's child sacrifice, it's seeking to control men and dominate so that they can have complete control. Like, I don't see the good in this. I think that, like Rachel said in that debate, what we see is women did have a moral stance they could take because they could not vote. They did not have their hands in the cookie jar. They could say, this is wrong. I can't make the change, but I know it's wrong, and I'm going to call it out. And the husbands and the good men would listen because that woman is the one raising the children. And if there's morality coming out of her that makes sense, they're going to listen. And any good man that I know is going to converse with his wife. They actually bounce ideas off of each other. And I said this yesterday. I think that Andrew kind of has it right when he says that there should be a household-based vote. You own land, you're a father and a husband. The vote is the one household vote. The husband makes it. He's probably going to converse with his wife beforehand. That's usually how family works. But all of this seems to me that it's all connected, interconnected, right? So you got this feminist movement, you've got the trans movement, you've got the feminization of men across the board in the US, but not just the US. You see it all over Europe. You see it in most Western countries. And there's an inherent link between that and self-worship or feminist propaganda and movements. And I've pushed back against it a whole bunch over the last year here on this channel. I've also pushed against the ideas that were used to propagate feminism and the fall of the family and the fall of following the church in the United States as well. Things like the use of empathy. Now, you guys, probably some of you at least, saw my debate against Teriak, and then again against Rob Noor on empathy specifically, because I believe that there is absolutely the ability to imagine yourself going through what somebody else is going through and then deciding how you feel about the situation. However, the issue with empathy is it gets used all the time to mean this woo-woo connection between people. And the truth of the matter is it started as a way to project your emotions into art. It was then co-opted into psychology and used in the field of psychology, but did not get popularized until after the women's suffrage movement started to grow, which, by the way, was a minority, less than the most, less than half of women wanted women's suffrage, wanted universal suffrage for that matter. They believed that their voice mattered more in the home, and that political crap and the stresses of the world should go to the men who should deal with it. And when women's suffrage got big, you see this co-opting again of the term from art to people, from people to movements. And when it got taken from people to movements, feminism and all of the other suffrage movements decided that empathy was a way to get people to agree with you and feel it emotionally strongly enough to take action on your behalf, regardless of whether or not empathy is possible or real. Doesn't matter to me. The fact that it's been used as a weapon, as a moral cudgel against people who disagree with you, is the problem for me. Every time that something is used that had good intent but is now used as a moral grandstand cudgel or weapon against people, it makes me want to go, okay, I'm going to reject that. At the very least, I'm going to reject any notion of that isn't one-on-one, me and you, one person to one person. Because the moment you start having empathy for a movement of people, well, guess what? That's political. That's no longer actually an emotional thing, and it doesn't exist in reality. And so that was one of the issues that I had with it. But I think, like you and I talked about, Nate, if we're going to make cultural change in this country for the better, we need men to step into the positions that they need to be in. They need to step back into being fathers and husbands that are worth a damn. They have to be taking the reins back of the political and economic structures and get them back in line. They have to put their foot down and say, no, this is not acceptable in our society. And right now that's not happening because people aren't willing to have the backbone and to say the words that need said. I definitely have, I definitely look up to some of the other gentlemen in this area. Does that mean I agree with everything they say? No. But like I look out and I see people like Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob out here doing the cultural fighting. Do they do it more crass than I would? Sure. But guess what? I still agree with them. I don't take the same stances or attacks that they do, but I have the same stances that they do. Then you look to the other side. You see people like Destiny and Vosh and Hassan and all these other guys out here with basically a solo mission to destroy, tear down what has worked, tear down religious people, especially Christian people, tear down marriage, tear down family building, tear down, because we don't need those things. Tear down the idea that there's a birthing decline, to just tear down all the ideas. Well, guess what? Those ideas do need discussed and are important. And people on that side have asked me questions like, well, why do you care if there's a birthing decline? Why do you care if we bring different people in? Well, I have legacy. I have children, and I want my children to have a good life. And I want my children's children to have a good life. I want my bloodline to continue and have a good life. It has nothing to do with what race of people, what color of people are being brought in. I don't care. I don't care if it's all people from Britain. I don't care if it's all people from the Netherlands. I don't care. I want my children to have a legacy in a nation that actually has a rule of law and a good moral ethic running it forward. Hello, Kat. Hello, Teriak. Hello, Missing Mod. Hello, Jared. Sorry, I'm ranting a bit tonight. So basically, I guess this is my little clarion call to men out there to stand up and be what is needed. Say what's needed, do what's needed, be what's needed. And if you don't know what that is, then start doing the work to find out, right? It's not prancing around in a dress, making fun of people that have a different belief than you, or calling people evil because they believe in Christianity. Now, I'm sure I'll get the other side saying, well, you're calling people that don't believe in Christianity evil. Well, yeah, I will call the beliefs or actions of those people evil. I'm not going to say those people are inherently evil. I don't know the heart of a man, but I can tell you, if you're out here killing children, then that makes you evil to me. Your actions, at the very least, are evil to me. Now, you may be misguided. right? You may ideologically be brainwashed and doing that thing. So I can't say you are evil. What I can say is what you're doing is, and it should be stopped. You're teaching the youth that they should become other than they are, change their sex to a different sex. I think that's wrong. I will call out that. All of these ideas I will call out as evil. And that's where I'm saying I have similar or the same tack when it comes to those beliefs as bigger people like Jim Bob or Jay Dyer or Andrew. Do I believe in every single facet of Christianity as they do? Not necessarily, but I do have similarity. And I will definitely say that Jesus Christ is God. He is my Savior. Okay. We may differ on how we get to that point. We may disagree on all kinds of things, but I'm going to call out evil actions and evil ideologies, in my opinion, at the very least. As for this infighting, I said this yesterday also, if you're out here and you believe that, one, abortion is wrong, and you believe that the trans movement is damaging, and you believe that we should build families and things should get better, and yet you're calling for the destruction of the conservative side, I think you're doing yourself and everyone else a disservice. Because the left is not going to side with you. At this point, the left is going to continue the abortion campaigns. They're going to continue the push for greater feminism, for the trans movement, for all of the things that you as somebody who, if you're a Christian, has been standing with the conservative side. Has Trump done things that are stupid at times? Sure. Are we doing things you may disagree with right now as far as our government goes? Possible. But if you're telling me that because you disagree with the wartime actions or the conflict-based actions in Iran enough to literally vote with the people who do the evils you've stood against the majority of your life, or at the very least since you became a Christian, to me that screams madness. I can't imagine that you would say, I don't like that the president said he was a no-war president, and now we're in a conflict with Iran, so I'm going to vote for the people that do all of the or stand for all of the evils I have stood against. I'm going to go vote for them instead. I think you need to re-examine yourself, because I think it's completely inconsistent with your beliefs or your stance. Can you call out those actions? Sure. You can say, I disagree with this action, but the other party is still going to keep unaliving babies, and the other party is still going to keep pushing for transing of the kids, and the other side is going to keep pushing for the dissolution of family and the church. And so I still have to stand with the side that I'm with, because it's the only side that agrees with what I agree with. Midterms are coming, people, and what I see is a huge push from social media, from people in social media, from people like Fuentes and Tucker Carlson and all these others to shred the right to pieces right before we hit the midterms. I also see it here online in chats. I see people trying to get fights to happen between people on the right. And the truth is that division should stop at a disagreement, not I'm going to change to the thing I see as evil because the thing I'm standing with did something wrong. So please, to everyone out there, examine your thoughts on this. Are you really going to side with the side that unalives babies in your own worldview? If it is the case that you believe that abortion is the killing of children, then you cannot, in good conscience, choose to vote for the left because Trump broke a promise. You can't. That's wild to me. The reason the left keeps taking the cake and everybody gets so mad is because they have vote blue no matter who. And the reason they do that, by the way, is they can shred each other in public and then all still go vote for the blue. All go vote left, all of them. They hate each other. They hate the ideas of each other, but they know if they stand together when it comes vote day, they will win it. Guess what? The right needs to realize that. You still have a worldview that is within the conservative paradigm. And so if you're going to be mad at the right. You can call out the things the right has done, but still make sure that you let others know, and that you yourself know that you still have to stick with the conservative side that believes in Christian values. Again, I think all of this is intertwined and connected, right? The feminization of men, all these things, they're all connected. And we see this, well, right now we're in upheaval, I think, from the right and the left. There's huge divides between people within their own party on the left, within people on their own side on the right. And then the right and the left are basically standing on two sides of the biggest chasm there's been in probably forever in the US. And, but the one thing I would say is the degeneracy has been a strong push, not from inside the home, but from outside the home, to destroy the public, to destroy families, to destroy the position of wife and mother, to destroy the position of husband and father, to destroy the unity of people within a belief system. Everything has been aimed at that. And I'm sorry, but it seems to me at this point in time that the left benefits greatly from shredding those concepts so that they can get everybody to worship themselves and be interchangeable widgets for the machine of their socialist or communist ideas of the future. So there you have it. There you have it. So, also, thank you for those super chats, Nate, early on. And also, thank you for the other donations that have come in through Cash App. Let's see what we got here. See if I need to read anything out. Okay. Thank you all so much. All right. What else are we doing here? Do you in the chat have any questions for me? I don't know that I'm opening anything up just yet, but I can read chat and see if you guys have anything to add in here. But the thing is, like, for me, what spurred this little monologue here is that I've been watching all these little fights, some of them from the same side of the aisle here on YouTube, and those are just growing and growing. And what happens is they just start yanking more and more people in. And if you aren't a streamer, I know this is probably invisible to most of you, but what happens is you see them start trying to pull others, more and more people, into these little fights by getting a response out of them, right? Like, you did this thing, or you stood with this person, so now this makes you look like this. Then they clip you out of context or make you look like a fool on their channel so that they can get you now into the fight. That, to me, and this is no offense to the ladies out there, but they can tell you this is the kind of mean girl, high school gossip thing. Oh, Tyler TV raid. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you. Thank you very much. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe, Tyler TV members. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, TVT. Thank you, Tyler TV. I appreciate it. Tonight I was just talking about, I was talking about all kinds of things. I just did a rather long spiel about all the drama on YouTube and how it's just a microcosm of the greater drama that is the fem movement, that men are becoming feminized by the feminist movement and the education system. And basically all of it just seems to be a leftist destruction campaign against family and Christianity to get us all to be nihilists and go leftward. Yeah. So might have to go back because I don't know if I can say all the exact same things. Hey, thank you, Tyler. Thank you for that big raid. That's awesome. I was just very strange times. Yes, Kat, exactly. No, I was talking about all the people that are doing drama content, and it seems feminine to me. It seems like how girls fight each other, right? Reputation destruction and things like that. And so then I went down the trend line. Like, that's all connected to this women's empowerment movements, and those are connected to self-worship. But then all the other stuff I already just said, like, and then you see division, right? This drama on YouTube is, I think, the microcosm of the greater drama in the country. When you look at like the Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and all these other guys who are basically sowing division publicly. Well, it's also happening in smaller microcosm areas of YouTube. It's all connected to the feminization movements that are left-centric and seek to destroy family and Christianity. Because if they can turn the entire nation nihilist, then what you've got a whole bunch of cogs you can just put into the machine, and it doesn't matter if they're male or female. Doesn't matter. They're all just interchangeable widgets. You can use it at any time. And that's what they would prefer. They would prefer there to be no strong masculine man that builds a family and teaches his children to be like he is, or whole communities where men and women have their actual roles and strong families are being built. That's a threat. The nuclear family is a threat to the leftist paradigm, in my opinion, because if they want a socialist or communist future for whatever country they're in, they need to first destroy the thing that makes that country strong, which would be your Christian beliefs and your nuclear family, your traditional family values. And all of those things are their foundation, their bedrock is in Jesus Christ. And guess what? They don't like him much either. So that's the idea. It's the idea to cast down Christianity and the family and masculinity, because, again, there's a through line here. Jesus Christ is to the church as the husband is to his family. If that's what they're doing. They're seeking to destroy all authority from God and man on earth so they can have their way with it. Yeah, I mean, to a point, yeah, Elder Lion. Elder Lion says, it's what the world does. It's a crucible that either consumes you or shapes you into something stronger. Kind of, right? I would say that the world is definitely the fire, but I think that strength in Christ is Christ in you is what can make you, right? Like, he refines, the world doesn't. So anyhow, with that being said, I'm not sure where to go next with this. That's the one bitch I had, is I was watching the little drama stuff, and then I watched the Brian versus Rachel, which I thought, wow, this guy's an idiot, and I've seen him multiple times already, but he's really derp-tarded at this point. I don't know. He doesn't make arguments. He just makes personal attacks on people. He's done it to Rob. He's done it to Rachel. He's done it to Andrew. And I'm just like, okay, cool. But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, that is super feminine, right? I'm going to do character assassination on you in public, to your face, but also to a crowd on the internet. And then I started looking at all the other channels in the space that are doing similar. They're doing little versions of character assassination to all these different people. I'm like, oh, wow. So this looks similar across the board. I wonder what the purpose of that is. Well, reputation destruction is to make people that follow or care about you lose trust in you, so that you lose credibility. Okay. So that's the game that's being played. It's a feminine attack on masculinity. Actually, that's funny. I just had a mental image, actually. It's like, conservative party is looking to, well, not always, right? Because politics is a goofy thing, but on the Christian side of the paradigm, we're looking to be upright, and the husbands are to be masculine and the heads of their households. And then on the left, it's functioning more as a feminine entity. So you've got like the right being the masculine entity and the left being the feminine entity. And the left is seeking to reputation destruction to destroy the masculine entity, at least in political terms, not in actual physical terms. But and the method by which they're doing it is that method, which is crazy. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the manipulation that's been placed within the party, right? Because this is, again, like I said, about the ideas and actions, not the person themselves. It's like these ideas of feminism and everything else are like poison on the virtues of the person. Not all. Let me see. Hold on. Not always an attack. Desire can motivate men to do crazy things. Man's love for a woman and winning favor can be misguided. Thank you for the show, Dinkus. So that is true, but I would say that is the wrong action then, right? There definitely, I would agree with you that because we are humans and we are flawed, we will make mistakes and we do wrong sometimes because of a good thing, right? Like we love this person and we do wrong in order to keep, hold, or win favor. And I think that's just the wrong action from the heart of people. I think that I say this often, it's a heart problem. It's always a heart problem. It's not the firearm that's the problem in mass shootings. It's the heart of the person who did it. It's not a tool problem, it's a heart problem. And when the heart of the person is in the wrong place, they are more willing to do the wrong thing. And that heart can be corrupted through brainwashing and bad raising. All kinds of things can do it. But generally speaking, it's a diversion. It's a step away from what Christ intends that makes us capable and willing to step into those other things, right? The way I look at it is the world is the fire, Christ is the mold, and the church is the hammer. Family is the anvil. That's not a bad look at it. Bintok says, poison indeed. They erode people to do things they wouldn't want to have done to themselves. Yeah, that's exactly it. And I went through this. I know some of you weren't here because you came over from Go Tyler TV, but I went through some of the stuff with like the feminist movement. Even if people who are following the feminist movement have good intentions within the reason why they're joining or the reason why they believe the things they do, the underpinnings of it and the tenets of it since its inception have been diversions, have been a way to divert the heart towards other than Christ. Doesn't matter what else, it just has to be not Christ and family, right? So the feminist movement has promoted the unaliving of children movements. It has promoted the gay movements. It has promoted the trans movements. It has promoted all of the things that to destroy man's ability to have the authority needed to rightly guide. But it also has destroyed the nuclear family. It's destroyed the church. You see huge swaths of Protestant churches out here have been gobbled up and destroyed from the inside out by feminist movements and by other movements associated with the feminist movement. Am I saying feminism is the greatest evil of all time? No, I'm not. But I am saying that it's a huge problem. It is the driving force behind nearly all of our modern day degeneracy movements in the U.S., at least the U.S. And my guess would be the whole West. And the underpinning or the backing of that is the leftist movements, the things that are seeking to make societies form into more communist or socialist movements that are anti-God and pro self-worship or what have you. And so, yeah. Thank you again, Haul Along Nate with the Big Five. He says, your agent has already reported you as here. May as well hit the like. So, yeah, wrong is simply wrong. This is true. This is true. What, cat? You're what? They just took the like button away from you? Yeah, Elder, I think this is the case with a lot of people, actually. I had never realized how brittle I was till I started going to church a lot recently. Now I'm being shaped into what I was always meant to be. It's something I wish most people realize they needed. So here's something that I'm, again, like I said, I'm 42. And I'm realizing a whole bunch of stuff about myself over time. And this is just the journey of people, of a man or a woman or a person of any kind, right? As you age, you learn more and more about yourself. But there are things you don't even realize are off kilter, but it's been bugging you for the longest time. Something may be eating at you. You have no idea why it's eating at you. That just screams to me the divine purpose of God within our reality. If you don't even know, or you don't even have the framework to see that this thing could be a problem, or see that something could be wrong, and even to a greater extent, there's people out there that believe they're right, but something inside of them is still eating at them because their internal knows that it's wrong. But I think that, like you're saying, Lion, I think there's an effort here in our realm to make us as brittle as possible, to keep us from becoming what we should be seeking to become, to grow closer to Christ, to move towards Him and not towards the fire, right? Not towards hell. And yet the world around us continues to do it. Every year we see that the public school system is getting worse and worse and worse. What's being pushed by them is worse and worse and worse. What's being pushed by magazines, television, movies, everything is tending towards degeneracy. And the degeneracy isn't just all degeneracy, right? Most of what we see is very pointedly for a purpose of destruction of Christ in the minds of people, the church, the nuclear family, man's masculinity, and his willingness to step into his masculinity and build a family that serves God. Like, all of those things are the targets of the degeneracy campaigns that we see happening. So I think there should be a greater movement for men to be there for each other, to help each other step more towards their designed purpose of being a masculine leader of their family, of their community, to stand for what's right, stand for God's law, not the degenerate movements of this world. And this is not to say anything poor about the ladies out there, but I think men have a role to play, and it is theirs to take. And because they've been fooled into believing they have no role, we just have a whole bunch of people out here doing nothing to keep the system the world system, if you will, working as it's supposed to. And you could use force doctrine, or you could just use straight the fact that there is a design to these things. Like, either any of it should show you that things are supposed to work a certain way. God designed it a specific way. And when we divert from that way, things are bound to collapse, fall apart. So let's see. What do we have going out in the YouTube space right now? Nate says, when women attempt to take the male role in society, you get Renee Good. That is true. Now, this is actually something, there's a lot of nuance to this conversation, right, Nate? So one of the things is when men as a whole, or even as a totality, or start to, or a majority, start to step away from their role of authority and doing the upright guidance and leadership of the people around them, when they step away from that, then women will inevitably step into masculine roles. And the same is true for in families. We see this too. When a man becomes super feminine and he's in a relationship, the female will take the more dominant masculine role, which then tanks everything. Usually it leads to a collapse in that relationship. And it's because we have a whole bunch of men trained from birth to be less masculine. And because of that, women have been told to do whatever you want, more or less. So you have men being told to be feminine. You have women being told to do whatever you want. And when it gets to the end line where families are beginning, you have men unwilling to step up into the leadership position. And you have women saying, well, fine, if you're not gonna, I will. Next thing you know, you have broken families. You have, yes, Renee Good type situations where they've stepped out on their husband and now they're living however they're living and decide that they got to go fight the evils of the world one-on-one with their vehicle. Whereas if the masculine Christian men would step forward, and we saw that happening en masse, you would see a lot less of the women taking the culture fights, the political fights, the on the street fights, on by themselves, going out and making these judgment calls to fight against law enforcement because they think they're right. You would see far less of that. So, yeah. Well, and this is what I was saying earlier, right? I was saying that women had a say, even though they could not vote. They could petition. They could speak to their husbands. They had a moral high ground in society because their hands weren't in the mix. They weren't making those choices. So absent making the choices, they could say, we didn't decide this. We're over here, and that's wrong. And their condemnation or their consternation would be heard as a moral standpoint. Like, obviously things are falling apart. Gentlemen, you need to fix this. Well, in the case of like feminism, what we see is a bunch of corrupt men gathering together women with voices that seem to matter in the public sphere and pushing the feminist agenda to get women's suffrage, even though, like I said before, a majority of women did not want that. They knew that the stresses and strains of political life were meant for men and not themselves, and they didn't want to have to worry about the fighting and the wars and all of the crap that goes on. To me, it's no coincidence they are breaking the social relationship between men and women apart. The moment they are fusing AI into society. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the other thing too, been talked, like when they did this huge women's suffrage movement, ever since that time, what you see is as the division between men and women has grown over the last several decades, you see the implementation of all the social programs and the social helps and like the free college for single moms and the social services movements growing, rapidly growing, so that what would happen is women would marry the state instead of marrying the man, because the state can take better care of them. They get more things for less duty. If there's no duty to a husband, only to the state, all you have to do is whatever the state wants, which is usually not much, and the state just keeps supplying you, which is ridiculous. Now, is this the case with every single woman or every single mother? No. And I'm by no means am I saying because somebody's a single mother, they're a bad person. There's plenty of women out here who are widows, who, or who, like we've seen before, were abused, are harmed in some way, and had to escape. That's fine. I get that. And there are reasons to dissolve marriage. But when the state says you can sleep around and have children, never get married, and just keep getting benefits from the state, well, people are going to capitalize. Imagine. So, and by the way, again, what we see, no offense to the ladies, but what we see is the feminine persuasion votes left more often than right. Most conservative women voters are either married to men who are conservative or were raised in conservative households and kept their values. But the majority of women voters vote left because they're more concerned with compassion. They're more concerned with the joy and the well-being of people, even if that means the destruction of others. So interesting. That's interesting, Nate. All the studies I have seen, when using the bone marrow to fertilize eggs, produces only female offspring and amplifies medical issues in the mice. Wow, that actually is wild. If that's true, Nate, that, like, I know it's not definitive confirmation, but it's like, oh, so from the bone of the male came the female. That's weird. That's a weird. I'm going to have to look into that now. It reminds me, I have a whole bunch of things to look into. I don't know if anybody else in the chat saw that there was a Nobel Peace Prize won recently by a scientist who supposedly, I haven't looked into it enough yet, who supposedly scientifically or mathematically, I'm not sure which, proved that the universe, like our universe, our reality, is not local and real. And in terms of what that means is there basically has to be a mind or observer for anything to exist. And that so long as that thing isn't being observed in some way, shape, or form by a mind, it does not exist, which necessitates a mind even in another field, because if we do like the transcendental argument down to bare bones, there has to be a mind. Well, this would prove that the on the science end of the spectrum, local and real is showing that also there has to be a mind for all of this to exist. So it's almost like we've now gotten a second confirmation of the original confirmation that by philosophical standards in the transcendental argument, there has to be a mind at the start and for everything to exist. Oh, I see. Well, Nate, the only thing I can say to this is good luck. I think it's a fool's errand. They are attempting to remove men from the reproductive process using the bone marrow from a female mouse to fertilize her own egg. Well, it sounds like a really, really stupid idea. I think that you have to be really short-sighted to think that the upholding of all that exists in this world and has been produced and continues to function because of those capable of building and or repairing it. I think if you eliminate all the ones that can do that, you're signing your own death warrant for the future. So yeah. Bintalk says, I agree it was started back then, especially supported after the World War II spaceman. Oh, space, right? Changing society and turning it into something wildly new takes time. Yeah, it's absolutely true. And partially why I took the debates on empathy, you guys, was because of that. There's a few, what would you call them? There's a few seeds that were utilized to push and propagate the movements of universal suffrage. And I know this sounds ridiculous that the voting part is such a big deal, but I think the voting or the suffrage part is it's like the projection of the foundation of the thing. So I see it as this is showing the nature on a reality basis or something like that. Like there is something seeking to divert from the natural order created that everything functions within. And in order to break down God's law and the natural law of the world, it's implemented. And then as it's implemented, in this case, feminism, as it's implemented, it starts sucking in these other ideas like empathy for the movement. Women should be treated the same as men. Women should be given the same what treatment or consideration as men. Well, in the case of like the Christian worldview, they're already created in the image of God, just like man is. They're still soul-based worth is the same. There's not in the world of man here on earth, there's a hierarchy or an order set forth by God in his creation that functions a way that it's supposed to function. And all of these things are seeking to tear down the system and the order that God created. Just like the serpent in the garden did. These lies or these diversions from what is seek to destroy the natural order completely. And if you want any fulfillment from that, you'll just see that, again, the suffrage led to women's empowerment in a way that then let in the gay movement and the trans movement and everything else. I don't care what people believe about it. It does. No babies come from that. The natural order is broken by those things. And if a male or female seeks to become the opposite of what they are actually doing damage to their body and eliminating even more possibilities for the propagation of more babies or humans or families being built. Yes, I mean, partially smoking spaceman. It is a conditioning tool, but it's also a breakage of the system. Because if we want to go through like the logical extremes of these things, and we just track the progression of the feminist movement from its beginning till today, at the point we're at now, which has been the point's been made several times by Andrew and others, including myself, that there's not a right at this point that men have that women do not. And if we want to go a step further, men have to sign up for the draft at 18 or be held legally liable or criminally liable. And there's nothing like that for a woman in this country. And women have reproductive rights, right, in quotations, to end the life of their child in many places in this country, but men have no ability to not be a parent by choice. If she's pregnant and she decides to have the baby, you are a parent, period. She can end the baby at any time she chooses, but you don't have that right from the other side. Not that I think it should be possible or legal to do so, but we're at a point now where the balance has been reached or superseded by the female persuasion, and feminism isn't gone. They didn't reach equal and decide that, oh, we did it. We finally did it. Celebrate. We're done. We reached equal rights for men and women. No, instead, they're still pushing for more at this point. Well, what's more? There's no rights left that you don't have. In fact, you have more rights than men at this point in many facets of society. So the continuation at this point of feminism is to topple any hold men have on anything in the world and hold that control for themselves. I can't see, if you just track it logically, think about it. What else is there? Well, now you want to have women at the heads of all CEO positions in all corporations, right? Because they've already reached equal and they're still pushing for more. So next steps is take over all the companies, take over all the countries. Like, look, okay, so Rude says, if men had the right to not financially support a woman choice to be a parent, women would be a lot more sure and picky with the men that they lay down with. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's a whole bunch of pieces to this, right? Like right now, the abortion machine is used oftentimes, way more often than it should ever have been, as a birth control after the fact, basically. And I think if the option to just end a baby's life in the womb was not there, and the only obligation that a man had was because he was married to you and you stayed married to him, except for in the case of abuse or infidelity or these other things, right? Biblical reasons for the ending of a marriage. If those things were in place, you wouldn't see the abortion numbers high. You wouldn't see the women married to the state for the rest of their lives and just having children outside of wedlock in order to get the benefits. You wouldn't see all of these things. And to me, that's like one of the telltale signs that like good men gave away way too much when they let all of this in, and then they let no fault divorce come in and all these other things. Now, is there a case to be made that maybe prior to no fault divorce, there was a lot of people stuck in marriages that may have still been abusive but couldn't get out? That's possible, and maybe it should be looked at, but by no means should it have just been changed to carte blanche, get rid of your spouse no matter what, anytime you want. Because it's destroyed so much, it's not even funny. Yeah. So there's two pieces to it. Like if it wasn't so acceptable in society today to do so, there'd be less of it. If it wasn't so easy for a woman to up and leave for no reason, right? There's vows taken, you are married, you've made a choice, now there's children involved. Why should the breakage be given for no reason? I don't know. There's so much to this. And when the left argues, it's going to be, well, shouldn't they have the choice to have a happy life? But if they weren't happy in that marriage, well, newsflash, not all relationships, not all marriage is just happy and joy and fun all the time. In fact, that's not how life works. There's purpose, there's duty, there's all these different pieces to life. Being happy is a fleeting thing. Nobody is happy all of the time. Joy is found in fulfillment of purpose, in a bunch of things. And so yeah. I don't see the value in describing inequity between men and women in that regard. Men ought to be responsible and abortion ought to be illegal. Should be illegal. I agree with that statement 100%. Well, and that's where I started this conversation, if everybody remembers, that men need to be stepping up, that this system has been degraded because of, one, weak men allowing it to be degraded over time, and two, manipulation of those seeking to topple the system for their own benefit. Whether it's men or women, doesn't matter. They've degraded the system, they've degraded masculinity. And by they, I'm not saying some like shadowy, nasty cabal. I'm just saying people who seek to worship themselves, basically. A sacramental marriage can't be ended. You're speaking of civil marriage. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not talking about that which is happening inside of the church, because the things I'm talking about are happening in the society at large, the world overall in the West, right? Talking about random Joes and Susies out here. But and for, you know, for that case, that's the majority of the population at this point functioning outside of the church. So, and I'm sure that you could agree that even if it was the case that these people are getting married outside of the church and it's not a sacramental marriage, you still want them to hold to their marriage vows and raise their children together and not destroy marriages for no good reason and allow people to end the lives of children in the womb, right? So Rude says, anyone breaking the contract without fault shouldn't be able to leave with half of anything. There's ways to allow options without rewarding bad behavior. That's, yeah, I mean, the thing that bugs me is the way the system has evolved in this nation, at the very least, has been feminism centric. And again, no hate at women at all. I'm married. I love my wife. I have sisters. I had a mother. The issue I have is the way that it's implemented is to empower women and to take what men have from them, to crush the masculinity of those men in lieu of women's supremacy. And so the system has been tailored step by step to do that, to make sure boys don't grow up to be good, strong men that will lead and protect their country, that women will be so headstrong that they're unwilling to even have any input from a male counterpart. Like, all these little pieces have been built this way over time. Even the no-fault divorce, you could say that some men make some level of benefit from it, but I would argue that if we look at statistically, it isn't the case that men benefit from it. In fact, most men that are hit with this, if their spouse leaves, probably end in self-unaliving. A huge number, I'm sure. Lola, welcome in. Oh, welcome in, Sport Brand, as well. Sorry I didn't say hi to you when you came in. So I think that the system needs fixed. We need to resolve a lot of these issues. And I think a return to tradition is the best way to do so. I don't think that we should let the cart continue off the tracks and barrel headlong towards our own demise, our own nihilistic collapse. I think the best thing we could do is move back towards tradition and hold what's important as important. It's crazy to me too that like we have all of these ways to keep from getting pregnant, and yet the abortion numbers are through the roof. And also, to be fair, divorce is through the roof. Both things, actually, if you look at these over time, it's kind of wild. Because prior to no-fault divorce, obviously, there was going to be less divorce, right? But after a no-fault divorce, you see an explosion of non-reason based, right? Basically, we didn't see eye to eye, so we ended it. From the 80s till today, we went from like, I don't remember what it was, a fairly low number, right? Like probably between 5 and 15% of marriages ended in divorce. And now it's over 40%. So that's a massive skyrocket. In all of history, that number slowly came up a tiny bit here and there, but it never was like that skyrocketing. And the same is true for the unaliving of babies. When you see the laws change, you see this skyrocket of the unaliving of babies in the womb. And what's crazy, really crazy to me, is when Planned Parenthood came about, when the whole movement for eugenics was going on, we see the originators of these ideas pushing for the ending of the children of Black families in the womb, mostly. And yet, here we are in 2026, and who is the primary user of Planned Parenthood for the ending of babies in the womb? The very community that they were seeking to end by using Planned Parenthood is being used right now. Like, it's sickening to me. Like, they wanted to use eugenics to end people who were undesirables, which they called those of the Black and brown persuasion, the undesirables, right? And they were going to use Planned Parenthood to curb the birth rate. It's been called out time and time and time again. And yet most of the Planned Parenthoods are in neighborhoods that consist primarily of those who have that skin color or come from a region that's that skin color. And they are also the primary user of the unaliving of children. It's I have to look at it and go, we know that the one who created Planned Parenthood and pushed for this was one of the primary movers for feminism in the United States, right? She helped propagate the mass movement of feminism in the US. And one of her tenets was to use Planned Parenthood to unalive the babies in the womb of the Black community. And it's happening today. And guess what? Feminism is bigger and stronger than ever. You could call it conspiracy, but it seems like it's all going according to plan. I don't know. All right. Does anybody know what's going on out there in the ether of the internet tonight? Anything worth looking at going on? Kenya said the most dangerous place for a Black person is in their mother's stomach. Kanye, yeah. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. If you go per capita, what happens is you would go, okay, how many died of this? How many died of that? How many died of that? And then you just look. You consider all babies in the womb, babies, people, not bundles of cells. right? If it is the case that 40% of all pregnancies or more end in that way, in that community, then absolutely it would be the case that millions upon millions have been ended that way. And we don't see millions per year being unalived in any other way. I would say there's probably not even hundreds of thousands per year in that way. So it's got to be the number one cause of loss of life. That's true too, which is this is a sickening, but as far as I could tell, true issue. Stem cells, harvesting stem cells from them, and parts as far as we've seen in the past, which is ungodly. Like it's demonic, it's evil. Like, so I think the whole of it is evil. And the worst part is it's been a mass manipulation of the female populace over the course of 40 years or more, that it's just a clump of cells, there's no baby there, to fight their own instinctual hormonal mother chemicals within her own body that is saying to protect, to make ready, all of the things that are natural, give them enough intellectual reasons to false intellectual things to believe, to stand against those things. And it's horrific. Oh, I'm sure in China that's the case. I'm definitely sure of that. Because there's no, man, we live in the weirdest time. But that's why I keep pushing here, and I see others doing the same, pushing for a return to tradition and a return to a culture that seeks Christ and truth. Because the path we're on and have been on leads down to destruction. So, yeah. I suppose any questions, comments, concerns, ideas from the chat this fine evening. Thank you, Cecil. Good to see you. Actually, give me just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to play a song that I like, that I made. Tell me if you like it too.
Knees to the dirt, I bow my head low. The ground shakes with every echo. This world's a storm, a shadowed game. I call your name, I call your name. Oh, give me fire, not for wrath, but light. Make me stand in the darkest night. Thy will be done, thy will be done. On earth below, beneath the sun. The battle calls, the die is cast. Give me strength to make it last. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. My hands are scarred, my armor cracked. Every step forward feels pulled back. But in your word I find my steel. Your truth is sharp, your truth is real. Oh, I don't ask for ease or soft retreat, just steady ground beneath my feet. Thy will be done, thy will be done, on earth below, beneath the sun. The battle calls, the die is cast. Give me strength to make it last. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. Thy will be done, on earth below, beneath the sun. The battle calls, the die is cast. Give me strength to make it last. Thy will be done.
All right. So there we have it. I don't know what we want to do now, ladies and gentlemen. I kind of got my rant out of the way a little bit there. I'm sure there's going to be more because guess what? It's going to keep happening. There's going to be plenty more drama and division and silliness. But I just see it as a big web all connected back to the lies of the adversary in the garden that has led to all these misalignments. So, thank you, Captain. Thank you. What's the new feature, John? And thank you, the catechized. I absolutely will. So, I guess what I could do is I could... Oh, you sent a gold coin? Wait. Let me see. I gotta look at the actual... Oh, a jewel. I don't know what those are for. Those coins are for, but that's awesome. Thank you. Okay. What I could do is I can try to panel crash at this point. I could go jump on somebody's panel with the energy that I have right now for this degeneracy, and maybe put up a little bit of a fight against the stupidity that we see. I see. Yeah, Smoking Spaceman. When I popped over to the chat, I see John Barrett sent gold coin for 10 jewels. I don't know what the jewels are for, though. But I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, John Barrett. Grumple just came up. Where's that? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, look, Coolvic is watching Brian Sheeprio, the Tarred Man. Dude, his arguments bug the crap out of me. Like, he's hard to watch because he answers questions with questions and then diverts and then asks questions and then he gets his answered. And then when you ask him a question back, he asks another question and then diverts to a new one again. It just keeps happening over and over and over again. Oh, wow. I see Cleave to Antiquity and Father Peter Hears are talking to Aidan Mattis. Crazy. That's crazy. That also, did you guys see? I don't know who of you know, but Speakeasy is supposed to be having First Amender versus Kent Hovind as a Swords of Reason debate coming up. That's amazing. I've watched Kent Hovind's stuff for a long time just because his active stance against the scientism of the world we live in, but also against evolution, against atheism, against all of it. And regardless of where you sit on the Christian side, that has value. It has value for standing against the adversary, as it would be. So I'm excited to watch that Swords of Reason, and I want to get on that panel badly. I've been watching, like I said, I've been watching Kent Hovind since I was a teenager, and I'm 42. And he is a great resource for just showing kids that the science doesn't make sense when it comes to the evolution theory and the timelines that they give, all of it. So if it comes to that day, you guys, and he's going to stay for an open panel, I got to get on that panel because I want to talk to him. And two, I think I want to interview him if he's willing. So also, if there's a way to get Kent Hovind's information with however easy got a hold of him, I would like to do that because I'd like to do an interview with him for sure. Worth it. Worth it to me anyway. So, you know what's extra funny about this is I just went through all of that ranting, and the Tomato tonight is having a debate about feminism between Ghosty and what's her name, Fogarty. That's funny to me. You think so? I think you're right, actually, Long. I think First Offender is going to bug the tar out of him. And I don't know. I haven't seen Kent Hovind ever function in the debate space of YouTube. I've seen him do debates, stage, like actual debates, university style debates. I've never seen him do an online YouTube debate, which I guess were the up and coming thing at this point because the stage debates are less paid attention to in comparison to what we do now. But it'll be interesting for sure. He's probably not used to a complete lack of decorum by his opponent either, so that'll be something. I think anyway, that'll be something. So here's a question to my chat. Is it even worth it for me to do a panel like the Tomatoes when it's like it is for this? This is two women talking about feminism. And I don't know Taylor Fogarty. So Hey, Buddha Customs. Good to see you. Good to see you. Chat, you're not giving me any feedback. Is it worth it? Oh, okay. Well, I'm curious what the chat as a whole thinks, but yeah. Oh, let's play this. This is fun. Actually, this is right along. Doom, thank you. Thank you very much. This is right along with what I was just saying anyway. So you guys will have to let me know if sound plays through because I changed my mic setup a little bit ago. Still the same mic, just new setup. So let's see. I'm going to share a video that I find so apt to what I was just talking about. Let's do it. You guys tell me if it has sound. Oh.
You could say whatever you want, okay? You could say I'm bad at philosophy. You could say that I'm bad at argumentation. You could say that I'm bad at logic or reason, deductive abilities, whatever you want to say, okay? But here's one thing you can't say. You can't say, Brian, you don't have a nationally syndicated radio program that 800,000 people listen to. Okay.
Brian, you don't have a nationally syndicated radio show that 800,000 people listen to. Oh, I thought I couldn't say it.
Okay, 800,000 people. 800,000 people, that's almost 1 million people. So when you want to talk about how many people you're bringing to the table, maybe we could talk about that. I mean, I'm pretty good at math, and I'll tell you right now that 800,000 people is more than 250,000 or 300. So we could start there, or maybe we could start with the fact that no matter what you say, there's always going to be the elephant in the room, which is Donald Trump. I'm not the one with emotional insecurities, okay? That's you. I'm willing to talk about it. You know why? Because I have a thing called courage. I have a thing called bravery. But you're chicken shit. I mean, I get it. Why get out on the front lines of journalism when you can just sit in your house and smoke your cigarettes indoors, okay? Which, you know.
Well, it's funny. I'm not saying things, but his argument is flawed, broken. And I think it cues right into what I was saying earlier. This is showing that feminization that I'm pushing back against. Like I said, I've said this too, by the way. I've said that I would have a debate with this guy. I would actually argue with him on a topic that is apropos to the whole idea of the degeneracy consuming both the political systems and the overall culture of our society. But I mean, maybe the thing is, these are actual statements he's made. So yeah, it's put in a cartoon to make him look like a goofball somewhat, but they are claims he has actually made. The words that are spoken in this are his words. You could say it's shit singing, sure. But for the purpose of showing that he is making bunk arguments repeatedly, it's pretty useful. I'm not out here selectively clipping him and saying all the things that he said about others. He's misquoted he's misquoted like everybody in the space repeatedly and tried to make everybody who's on the debate sphere side look like fools to his audience, to anybody who's willing to listen. And this is calling out all the claims he's made. And I haven't watched it all the way through, so
by the way. I just find that incredibly repulsive. And you know and I know that a lot of other people do too. Hey, Rob Noor, you know who you're not smarter than? Me. And many of my listeners as well.
You know, you can cop out that you're not a political person, but that you're an entertainer. Well, guess what, pal? Entertain me. I want to be entertained. And I'm sure that your viewers want to be entertained as well, because frankly, Andrew, you're not entertained.
No, don't play word games with me. Show me your dick. Show me your dick, Rob. Yeah. Let's see it. Whip it out right here and now, Rob. You weren't expecting that, were you? No, you weren't. Get out that bird of yours and show it to the world. Show it to me.
It's not gay.
It's not gay. Not that there's anything wrong with being gay. I don't have a problem with being gay. I mean, I'm not gay. I can show you a picture right now of me with some beautiful women who are listeners of my show, by the way, but that doesn't matter. Show me your dick and take off your shirt, too. Take off your shirt and show me your dick.
Tough guy, Rob Noor. Rob Noor! You know what? You can try to play word games with me, Andrew.
Everyone's gonna see who the real tough guy is. And it's not you. Not smarter than me. Homophobic, misogynist, and a lot of other things that I can't say. Because I have a family program.
But, you know, I will say this. Your wife's a dirty slut. I DM'd her. I told her so.
They're not hookers. They're not OnlyFans models.
And you're proud of that. I said, show me your dick. Rob, who do you think I am?
You're the cartoon. You've always been the cartoon.
I mean, if ever, see, my biggest claim on that Smoking Spaceman is that people are simply trashing people's character without just cause, or actually, it's more like, okay, my call out was that it's a feminine practice to try and do reputation destruction on a person over and over and over again. And the truth of the matter is that this particular man has done that to Rob, to Andrew, to Rachel, to others. And this is the backlash from an action of playing into drama, playing into reputation destruction of others. And what's the funniest part about it is a cartoon is made, and the cartoon is quotes he has spoken publicly across the debate sphere, but also on his radio show, put into a cartoon to show how he acts and the things he's saying. There's not even a lie in this. There's not a reputation destruction claim that uses lies against him. He said these things. Now, on the other side, he has repeatedly lied about what others have said, whether it's Trump or people in Trump's cabinet or Andrew or Rob or others from panels with like the tomato. He's lied on the names and the sayings of others whilst acting like he's above reproach. So this is the backlash of that feminine behavior. And I would say the difference is this is a whole piece made, cartoon with voice acting. I think it's a little different. Who pays him to be this way? Well, he's got a nationally syndicated, according to him, radio show. I think it's probably out of California or Chicago or something. Who knows? But the point would be, this is a nationally syndicated, by the way. So he's a national personality, not just a YouTube streamer. He's somebody who has, according to him, an audience of over 800,000 out here talking trash on the names of basically anyone who's Christian, pro-marriage, anti-feminist, anti-trans movement, anything that he stands against, he'll badmouth and treat like crap publicly. I mean, it could be the case that it's to rally viewers. But again, this is his own words repeated back to him in a cartoon. These are things he has legitimately said, right? And that isn't gossip at that point. It's all on film. We can see it. It's not clipped out in weird ways, even, because he did blurt out, "Show me your D," to Rob on stream, like randomly, out of the blue. And yeah, maybe tribalism, but there is value in some level of tribalism. If I want people to vote for the right because I think that the left is pushing evil shit, then I'm going to be tribal to the right, right? Doesn't mean I won't talk to people on the left or hear their ideas or argue with them about their ideas, but I'm still going to have some level of tribalism. And if I'm a Christian, I'm going to be tribalistic, at least towards my Christian worldview. And I think that that is how humans function within the world. You have a group that you will be defensive towards. I'll be tribal for my family. Like, my point wasn't that tribalism is bad inherently. My claim was that men acting as women, doing feminine things like attacking somebody's character and then lying about them publicly is a problem. It's not a masculine action to take. Especially when you're making 56 videos in a row out of context, clipping people and then lying about what they've said and done to make them look terrible so that their viewership will be diminished. Which, again, we've seen, one, from people like Brian Shapiro, and we've also seen it from other people in our space. So I think, if anything, this is a worthy response. And also, let's take this one step further, actually, Smoking Spaceman. Rachel is the wife of Andrew Wilson. He was just debating Rachel, Brian was just debating Rachel this week, and he made claims about Rachel that are untrue. He personal messaged or DM'd her a whole bunch of vile crap. And then in a public debate forum, tried to call her out as being something she's not, and then drug her family history up publicly while in a debate with her. I think that Andrew's well within his purview to take a smack back at him. And this isn't just some drama baby game at that point. Like, you took shots at destroying the reputation of this man's wife. So you're going to get some answer to that. I think that's only partially true, Smoking Spaceman. I think that shame can be external levels of shame for something you know should be wrong, even if you don't feel it's wrong, can still elicit a shame response within a person, right? Even if you feel like, I can do whatever I want, and I don't feel like this is wrong, if the society shames that behavior, at the very least, you'll feel the effects of the public shaming. You might not feel the internal shame that was intended, but you may still feel the ostracization as shame. And there's like a level of, if you're going to take a shot at somebody, you better not actually miss, right? Like, Brian's goal here is to destroy the reputation of Andrew and Rachel. Well, if he's going to take that kind of stance publicly without real too much cause, he stepped into it himself by choice, into this sphere, and started taking shots at the Wilsons. Well, at that point, you've now entered some level of social warfare, right? Some level of cultural warfare against the other person and their family, Well, okay, yes, smoking spaceman, but there is a level of shame that you may not notice or realize you should be feeling because you didn't look at something a certain way. And then when it's revealed how that thing actually exists in the public forum and you realize it is shameful, then you may feel shame, even if you didn't initially feel shame for the action. So regardless of whether or not he actually feels shame for any of this is pointless. It's showing the rest of the society that the actions taken were shameful. Not that he felt shame, but it was shameless or shameful action. Okay, what do we have going on out here in the world of YouTube land? Are you guys able to hear the video I'm playing in the background? Just curious, because I'm still playing with the settings of my voice meter. I think partially for me, one of the issues is the self-proclaimed extreme intellectual idea he wants to present himself as, and also the moral grandstanding and virtue signaling that Brian does out in public, talking about all these things he's for and against. And he's one of these chaos agents, like I was saying earlier, that's trying to divide the right on as much as humanly possible so that we, in the midterms, allow the left to take the reins again. Just like people like Nick Fuentes, who's out there saying he's going to vote all left and his followers should vote left. And these kinds of chaos agents are out here seeking to tear down the entirety of the system because they believe that if they can do enough damage, the left will get power again and they'll get some kind of benefit out of it. Well, guess what? Our fight isn't about us just having the say in the country. It's about fighting against things we see as actual evils in the world, like unaliving babies, like destroying children's lives, like tearing down the institution of the family, like all of these things that the left is standing for at this point in time are being stopped by us who are trying to keep those things from being the dominant force in our society. And so at that point, I think that Brian has to be stood against the same as I would stand against Destiny or Vosh or Hassan or any of them that are saying these things, because they will lead us down a bad path. You could say, well, this is just one cycle and there's the next cycle. And yeah, well, that's why we have to be vigilant. And that's why men have to pay attention to the political world and actually make choices and stand for things. Because we have other men out here, weak men, or in Rachel's words, sneaky fuckers out here trying to destroy, to hand power over to people that are nihilistic and don't care about God or family or anything that is important to us. Thank you, La. I appreciate that. Letting me know. So yeah, I don't know. And you could criticize me as doing the same thing as I was saying shouldn't be done, but I didn't make the video. And I'm calling out his ideas, which are the things that are literally being said in that video. Those are his ideas coming out in the open. Merit of character. I don't know. To me, merit of character stands on its own. Those who see it won't be influenced. Only a sheep would fall for his rhetoric. I don't see you wanting to amass a flock of sheep. Perhaps I'm wrong. No, I don't want a flock of sheep. What I want is for people to be open and willing to calling out bad ideas for what they are. I want people to be willing to communicate with each other enough to be able to call out those ideas. And I want lies to be cast down. I want lies and evils to be cast down in this world. I'm not here to like gain a cult of personality or something. I don't care about that. I'm happy people come and watch me, and I appreciate it, and I love the feedback that I'm given. And if I'm wrong, or if you feel I'm wrong, I'd like to hear it so that I can see it from your point of view and see if I still feel that way after I've taken that into account. But honestly, a video like that for me is one, it's funny because I've watched a lot of the content where he made these weird claims that were out of nowhere. Half of the time he's being asked a question that has nothing to do with the thing that he's saying. So randomly he just says this crazy thing, and everybody's like, what does that even have to do with anything? And then he's going to turn around after acting a fool and make all these claims about people that he's had debates or arguments with who had good cogent points throughout. And he still did and acted the way he did in this cartoon. And this highlights the foolish actions and words of this guy. Now, anybody who watches this, who's one, not a fan of Andrew, or two, not a fan of either, can see this and go looking now and say, wait, that guy in the top hat said he's actually said these things before. Is that true? I've watched your show a few times. I've never heard him say those things. Now they can go look and see if his character is true to the things they've seen him say on his own channel compared to what he says everywhere. And it comes back to that whole feminine dude acting in the world in a sneaky way. If you've watched some of the segments on his own show, he has people calling in thinking he's the bee's knees, that he's honest about everything, and it's true. What he's saying is so true, and these people are so bad to him. But his own actions deny the things that he's saying to his audience on his radio show. I'm not sure what you mean, Buddha Customs. Abe, it's hard to do morals like punching down when it's all recorded and the person is not letting you explain yourself. Are you talking about between Andrew and them, or are you talking about me? Good stuff. How long, Nate? I like sheepskin on my seat covers. Yeah, or gloves, or boot lining. It's been 100-year march for the left. We see it. We cannot give an inch. That's true. And this is where I actually agree with the not one step back motto, because I am not going to trade my morals for the leftist stuff. I'm not. I don't care what the political atmosphere is. I'm not just going to decide I'm okay with a group willing to do what I know is evil. What do we got going on, ladies and gentlemen? I know I'm being quiet randomly, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure you guys know there's people in our space doing exactly this. Are they the best socks? Wool socks are the best socks. I mean, they're useful. That's for sure. Oh, Kaz, cuddling with lambs. They don't even smell bad yet when they're babies. Oh, wait. It's a dwarf lamb, not a baby lamb. The majority of the population is very susceptible to propaganda. We need to flood counter messaging. I agree with this. Look, there is a certain level within the human being that is built to follow. And I'm not saying this as in everybody should just follow whatever. But there is a part of you that is built to seek something to follow, right? It's that hole, there's a God-shaped hole in your heart. You are seeking something to inspire, something to follow, something beyond yourself to follow. And what happens is the unaligned masses, so to speak, will follow what seems good, seems better than the alternative, what person is more persuasive, who has better rhetoric, whatever it is, they are seeking something to align themselves with. And what we see is the majority of all propaganda pushed in society, whether it's through popular media like television shows or music, or movies or what have you, magazines, newspapers, is all degenerate. It's all pushing towards single women's power, women without children becoming CEOs, men serving the women, like all the things are these, you see like cartoons we watched growing up, you watch The Simpsons, and Marge is a professional woman, and her husband's a total oaf, an idiot. And this has been the trend. If you remember, the 80s, fathers in television shows, for the most part, were upright good dudes. They might be doofy sometimes, but it wasn't them being stupid all of the time. And they still had masculinity to the male characters. But as you see time go by, you see this trend of all men, especially married men or fathers in shows, are witless idiots who have no masculine tendencies whatsoever. And so you have a whole, basically not one, but multiple generations getting all of the popular media saying that women are meant to be in political and economic power positions, and men are too stupid to function that way. And they downcast marriage, they downcast relationships in most popular media. You see all these Disney movies where there's only a single parent raising the child. This is all signaling to a child's mind, because when you watch television, when you watch a movie, when you listen to music, there's this thing called the suspension of disbelief inside the human mind. In order to stay within the framework of the thing you're watching, you have to suspend disbelief and say, okay, this is possible within the framework of this show. But what happens is it also seeds that into your mind. And the more you allow those things to continually seed your mind, it becomes a normative programming within your brain. So what happens is you have all these children, whole generations of children, watching the same shows where it shows men as witless idiots who are feminine. It shows women in power positions, and it's all the shows they watch every day that they watch shows, all the movies. You have, look at even the big action movies that we have today. You have things like the Avengers, where Captain Marvel, the female, comes in and has to be the strongest of all of them and save everybody. This is programming young boys and young men to see the world in that paradigm. And you could say, oh, it's just fun to watch. It has nothing to do with reality. Well, when you suspend disbelief, your brain tells you or your subconscious that all of that stuff that's coming in is real. Because you no longer are choosing what's real and fake. You are, in order to keep interest and watch and stay with the storyline, you're allowing it all in. So it plays into this entire problem that we're dealing with. And I wish that it was more apparent to more people, but that's exactly how the sheep system comes about. It's all been programmed repeatedly for several generations. Even when you go look at like what's his name, Yuri Bezmenov, the talk he does in the, what was it, 1983 or 1984, maybe 1982, I'm not sure, but he's a ex-KGB officer who comes over to the US and gives all these interviews about what the KGB's plans were in order to take down the Western Empire of the United States. And one of the things is the disillusionment of the populace through things like propaganda and popular media, so that you could show them something to be true and they will deny it even though it is absolutely true. You could tell them the sky is blue, and because they've been programmed their entire life and everyone around them programmed with the same thing, that it's not blue. Even if you could show them that it is and prove to them that it is, they won't believe you because it's too firmly programmed in. And they would have to undergo some level of ego death in order to accept that they've been wrong all this time. And the human psyche is served better by not letting go of those things. So again, all of this goes back to that. People are following because they've been programmed to follow this. And so we need better propaganda. We need television shows that show strong fathers in the position of leadership of the household. Yeah, 1983. That's what I thought at first. So you need to do the counter. Like Nate said earlier, you have to show what a good system looks like. You have to. What's chat saying here? Thanks. All right. I don't know. So then the question becomes, is anything going on worth looking into? Going and arguing with people. Is Confluence's panel going tonight or no? Oh, he is. Cinco de Mayo edition? Come on. Confluence is talking about Cinco de Mayo. Interesting. Cat Reese, you're able to provide care. He's still live, but I think he's about to end it from what I'm seeing, but I'm not sure. He says he's sick. It's Revenge of the Fifth. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. What's funny is I was gonna do a panel yesterday trying to decide if we did a panel about like a Star Wars debate on May the 4th about whether or not the Sith were the bad guys. And I was going to take the stance that the Jedi are the bad guys, and I think that there's a good tack for that. I think obviously you could argue that the Emperor is evil and did evil things, but beyond the individual one leader of the Empire, you'd have to make arguments beyond that. So that would still be a fun panel to have. And now that it is May the 5th, well, the Sith are here. And look, I wear the colors, okay? You know it. if it was ever a question, you know I wear red and black, right? Oh, Voltaire. You are funny. You are funny. The Empire were the good guys. That's the claim. The Empire were the good guys. Be worth the argument. It'd be for fun. See, this is dumb. So, okay, the debate tonight on the tomato, which you may have an issue with. I don't have an issue with people. I would have thought of jumping over there, but like I don't want to deal with the Thorpes and all of that. So I'm not going to play that game. Because what will happen is they'll start coming over here again, and I don't want to deal with that. There is way too much crazy degeneracy that comes out of those topics that come with them. So no, we're talking about Star Wars. Unless you're talking about somebody in chat. I have huge disagreement with Easy about the series. Dude, when Easy said that it was stupid, and then he talked about the movie order of them coming out, I was like, what are you talking about? You are uncultured swine. Like, how do you not know that like the first 3 movies were standalone movies to begin with? That there was going to be more, but there never was. And then there was like an entire generation of people born before the next chunk were created and came out. And they were not like, I don't know. That was such a weird statement. And then he's like, he just doesn't like space operas or space movies where there's bad monsters in the universe coming for you and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, this is so much bigger than that. And then there's like all these tie-ins for like religion and economies and peoples of the world and people groups, and it's really well done. It reminds me a lot of like Star Trek is not in fact superior. Star Trek is the story of communism come to power. That's what that is. It is a communist utopia of the future. That's what Star Trek is. It's fake and gay. No, I'm just kidding. I do like Star Trek. I like Star Trek and I like Star Wars, but they're just too different in their own way, right? They're a very different effect and reason for existence. Battlestar Galactica was incredible also. I think all the space opera type shows / movies were pretty decent when it comes to those. Like, yeah. Star Trek is not definitely better. You can't even make that claim. I bet you can't back that claim up, actually. Deep Space Nine is fighting fascists and commies. Okay, cool. But the entirety of Star Trek, the Federation, is a federation. It is actually a communist utopia of the future. Replicators have made it possible to generate food from stray molecules, basically, so they can generate food at any time, which allows them to implement a godless society of communist utopias. And then they decide they're just going to go out into space and explore everything. Because guess what? When there's no God, you just have to go take over the whole universe, right? So yes and no, Sport Brand. Dune has a level of that, but it also has a level of like the Catholic Church is entailed and like all this other stuff. Obviously, Frank was exploring the differences and similarities in religion while he was writing it. It's interesting though because it gives you a look into our own world from a entertainment slash fantasy realm, right? It's almost like what C.S. Lewis was doing. He's creating a story that parallels reality using fantasy in order to make you see it differently or understand it in a way that may be more digestible for you. Wait, I mean communism? Wait. What is this claim? Communism works well in theory only and in Star Trek. Yeah, true. Or like really small numbers. Like really small numbers. Uh-huh. Godless and cashless society where the only authority is the Federation. Star Trek is the happy version of Animal Farm. Yep. And it's even shown through in the storylines, right? When you see the different races and their treatment by the Federation, like some are more equal than others. That's true, Sport Brand. They do kind of rejoin. Maybe that's because when the existential threat is great enough, you have to stand with those close enough aligned to you. Maybe. Well, look, Buddha Custom, just because Kirk was getting laid doesn't mean anybody else was. Also, Kirk wasn't having children or building families. And keep in mind, Kirk was a captain aboard a starship, which means he had really high status within the communist utopia of Star Trek. So, Kirk was a degen, like the king of the degen. Stop sabotaging my argument. It's true. You helped sabotage your own argument, to be fair. If we're being honest, you helped sabotage your own. So. All right, fine. This is what's going to happen right here. What do we got? How'd we do? How'd we do on the goal? 5 out of 10. Thank you for the donations, you guys. That's very helpful. I'm going to start a new one. And because I don't see any good panel shows going on to crash. No, I won't say that they're not good shows. I'm just saying that they're not good to crash. I don't know people well enough. That's part of the problem. Like some of these channels, I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to jump on that person's channel. I don't even know them. So Easy's not holding a panel though. I think Easy's doing his panel purge, which means he's on somebody else's panel. And I have no idea what panel that is. If somebody told me what panel it was, I could jump on it too. It looks odd though. Yeah, he's not hosting a panel. He's on his panel purge. I don't know whose panel that is though. So we can host our own. And there's a possibility that he'll come here because it's an open panel. We'll see. Is there any other topic happening in our popular media or our space currently that I should address that you guys want my opinion on, or any questions you guys have for me specifically or personally? Just, curious. Good stuff. Good stuff. Elder Lion versus Abe. Star Wars versus Star Trek debate. Eventually. Yeah, I'd do it. That'd be for fun. I would also debate that the Empire were the good guys. Some of these debates, they're just fun, silly side things, but they do have tie-ins to our reality, right? Like there are ideologies within these fantasy realms or sci-fi realms that directly align with real world stances, and we can see how creatively they play out in a different realm. So with a poll in chat, we could do with a poll in chat. I don't know if you guys notice this though. Usually when I hold a debate on this channel, I don't give a poll because partially I'm letting the chat decide who's winning based on the arguments. And if I do a consensus of who thinks who won, then it's just a popularity contest at that point. If I leave it for you all to decide for yourselves, then you actually get to choose who you think won. And so later, when that gets discussed in a public forum or in a chat, who won hasn't been decided by the host of a show or by the majority vote. Then it's in the minds of the people. And then you all can decide, you all can argue about it later, because there was no declared winner. There was the ideas you're left with. And I think that that's better for the viewers to decide who convinced you, who do you think won? And then later when you have a conversation with someone else, it's not, well, so-and-so won. It's, I think so-and-so had better points. Here's why. So, Star Wars and Star Trek are excellent metaphors and vehicles for mechanisms of society and ideas. Yeah, I think so. I think oftentimes people generate or create stories like Star Trek, Star Wars, Dune, The Wheel of Time, all of these different things in order to unpack and explore ideologies for themselves in a forum that allows them to expand them in ways that reality has never allowed them to do so. It's almost pseudo wargaming out or game theorying out how ideologies work on an expanded level, in my opinion. Is anybody dual watching right now, like Easy and me? Because if they are, tell me what he's arguing with them about and what panel that is. Or not. Doesn't seem like a very high energy panel, actually. What the heck? What the heck? I don't know. You guys could bring me panels you know of that look like Worth. I know. I'm boring sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm looking for something to do that will be entertaining. They're talking about the legitimacy of Jeff Epps' files. Oh. The problem is it's an impossibility. The files have information. The information is not verified. You wouldn't know if it was verified or not. And then would you even trust the verification process if it was verified? Like, the breakdown of the files is, for most laymen, is pointless. You know? Mega bloodbath debates. That one always sounds so drab, by the way. Mega bloodbath debates is breakfast tacos, isn't it? Parked up in Laurel, Montana. Gotta be rolling at 6 a.m. I will be listening, but time to sleep. Oh, right. Thank you. Haul long, Nate. Rest well. We will see you again when you're awake and rolling again. So weird. He plays all those videos of like big fat dudes dancing and stuff. I don't know what that's about. It's so bizarre to me. Interesting. Come on. I did throw the link out too. Nobody joined, so that's surprising. Well, I suppose if nothing else is going on, like, well, future, rude. Is this live? Cool Vic watching Andrew on X Live, or nobody, dude. Why is it slow right now? This is not right. It should be hopping. I'm back online. It should be hopping. Okay. We should be hosting the baddest ass panel of all time right now. Somebody should. Just saying. But I can't find anything incredibly good to watch. And I don't want to argue like transcendental argument for God right now with bloodbath debates, because I've seen how Breakfast Tacos approaches all of that stuff. They just ask 1,000,005 questions to make it seem like you don't know what you're talking about. Man, it means very little to me. So what is that one? Voltaire. It's too calm. Is that a sob sit? Yeah, I hear them. They're talking about protesters. It's called Jacob Waters 2. I'll look that one up. Sport brand. I see. I found it. Hope in Christ video from earlier. Oh, okay. Interesting. Dude, why isn't there any like contentious debates going on tonight? Okay, at this point, somebody's going to have to come up and debate me because nobody else is out here talking about it. Okay. Well, that's a great question, re-examination show. I'm not sure if you caught the first chunk of this cast, this stream, but I did some calling out. I did some calling out of people. I did. I said basically people who are seeking drama always are acting in a feminine capacity, and they're not good for the masculinity of men and are setting a precedent that I think is worse, not better for us.
Okay.
Whoa, that's loud.
I'm sorry. It's right by the mic, so that makes sense. Okay. I just ended a stream, so I'm probably not debate ready. I'm feeling my tank a little empty. But so your summary is the men are just trying to stir up drama, and it's effeminate and it's unmanly to do so, and we shouldn't be spending our time differently. Is that what we're getting at?
No. So basically it started with partially the actions of, so it's like, okay, the actions of men have become or tended more towards reputation destruction of other people in a public forum, which is generally speaking a more feminine way of addressing an issue. Usually you could, like you and I, we have an issue with each other. I could invite you on and we could talk it out. And I'm not going to clip you out of context repeatedly and make fun of you and act like you said a bunch of things you didn't actually say. I think that's an effeminate way of arguing. It's to destroy you, not in actuality, but in character to the rest of the world. And I see it way too much in these drama sphere spaces. And I'm seeing a bunch of it from people like Brian Shapiro, who has a radio show even. And it's like, okay, the more that I see people just trying to destroy the character of others in a public forum, I then started digging into, well, why is that happening? Why are males coming out more and more effeminate? It's because popular culture is telling them to be that way. It's because the feminist movement has pushed for men to step out of the way and be more like women. Like, there's everything. And I think that I think drama is stupid because of that. I think it makes men into girly men who fight over stuff that isn't important enough to be fighting over.
Right. It just turns it into an episode of Gossip Girl, except men are doing it this time.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's why, you know, we should focus on the issues facing our nation and take a lead in terms of what's going on in the broad sense instead of you did this and you did that. If you want to settle things, you know, doing it publicly means I need help, as opposed to doing it face to face, not making a big deal about it. If there really is a beef between two people, that can be settled privately so as to find a resolution as quickly and as efficiently as possible. But yeah, men's place right now is not slap fight in the street.
Right. And I'm going to address Rude Cunt Crab because he in the chat just said he's seen the right do it plenty. That's actually, I also called them out in the beginning of this. I said people like Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and others who are coming out and saying they're going to vote for the left, or we should stop voting for conservatism because these guys did something wrong or they lied about their stance. Well, guess what? I'm still not going to vote for the people that want to unalive babies in the wombs of mothers. I'm still not going to vote for the people that are pushing the trans movement. I'm still not going to vote. And I don't think anybody else should who agrees with me. You should still vote for the side that stands with your overall moral values, your virtues, rather than switch sides simply because somebody on your side lied or somebody on your side did something you do not like. I think this is a gaslight game. This is a game, again, of effeminate men trying to trick the entirety of a base into voting the direction that will cause destruction so they can pick up the pieces after.
And I think it's similar with accelerationists. Accelerationists want all the credibility of boldness with, but also are kind of throwing a temper tantrum and flipping the chessboard, saying, "Let's just not make the next move. Let's just wreck everything. We feel weak. We feel inevitable. So we'll just make it like something we're in control of. Be like, I meant to do that with accelerationism, which is just a way of wimping out and giving up."
Yeah.
Part of that, of course, is voting for Democrats as, you know, ostensibly being some kind of conservative and just saying, well, let's just crash real and crash hard now so that we can have our victory later. It's like, dude, there are crashes you do not recover from. And if you're part of that, I'm going to blame you.
Well, okay. So Rude Cunt Crab, for me, there's a differentiation here. Okay. The right and the left mean very little to me, so long as it is doing right. They're conserving of the values that I stand for, right? So if they're standing for the virtues and morality of a Christian worldview, then that's where I'm at. Now, obviously, that's not just going to all of a sudden change because the left's platform is that feminism is too important and women should be able to do whatever they want with their bodies, even to the point of unaliving a baby up until birth. All of those stances, I'm not going to side with. Now, I can say that I disagree with some of the things that the leadership of the right is doing. And yes, I think I would still be criticizing my side because Tucker Carlson helped get Trump into office. He helped platform a lot of the movement throughout his career and now is trying to seed some level of division. Same with Candace, same with Fuentes, same with a whole bunch of people who seem to be not getting what they want or seeing things a certain way and deciding that they're going to trash the entirety of the conservative party because of the actions of the people at the top. Even though those people at the top are there for their stint and then it changes again. So I'm not going to change the entirety of my moral framework simply because the people at the top of a political party did something wrong. I still am going to stand for what I stand for, and what I stand for fits within the purview of the right at this point in time.
Right. It as much as as much as people might hate to admit it, there is such a thing as a choice between lesser evils sometimes. And especially in politics, it's inevitable. You have to make that choice. You have to be like, look, what can I conserve? Unfortunately for conservatives, we're incredibly reactionary. We're not pioneering. The left is all about pioneering new things nobody's ever heard of before and twisting it 6 ways from Sunday. And we're not about that. It's like we know what the truth is. We know who Christ is. We know the Bible. We know that humans are made in God's image. Men are real. Women are real. And we can't change that. And we have a responsibility to our children to raise them correctly, as you brought up. And those are of course social issues, but those are foundational national issues anyway. You cannot have anything that you want to call a nation if you are tormenting children, if you are destroying the family as a concept, if you are deriding and demeaning the family as a concept.
Exactly. That's where part of where I started with all of this is I started talking about the effeminate actions of men in the modern era, and because of popular media and everything else, we have basically an entire generation that's been taught that men at the top are idiots and women should have power over everything, from all the television shows, all the everything, and that the feminism movement has done great damage to the nuclear family. It's done great damage to the outlook of gender roles. It's ushered in the gay rights and trans rights, and everything else is ridden in on the back of the feminist movement. And I think that there is a level of piggybacking that's happened. Like, I think that there's inherent evils that live within the ideologies of the feminist movement, but I think that it also piggybacked onto all kinds of innocent people that bought in because they thought it was for the betterment of women in general. But in reality, it did way more than that, and it did all kinds of damage in every direction.
And you look at the response from some people who were ostensibly on the right in some form or fashion. You look at Andrew Tate, and he's the immature overreaction to feminism, where it's like, you're going to do X, well, I'm going to do Y, I'm going to do B, I'm going to go the other side of the alphabet. You're going to say, I'm evil, I'm just going to say you're evil. You're going to say, I'm using you, I'm going to say, yes, I'm using you. You're going to be materialistic, I'll be materialistic. And it's like, okay, what do we actually prize here? Because it just sounds like you're admiring the feminists for their vices, and you want vices of your own that serve your jollies.
Right. What I would call people like Tate are adolescent masculine, because they're functioning as if they're a teenage boy in the realm of masculinity. They're pumped up and ready to go and but there's no mature, secure masculinity there. There's no your yays be yays and your nays be nays. There's no this is my stance, this is the moral foundation of where I stand, and there is a right and a wrong, and I'm going to stand in what is right. And I think that there's a huge faction that grew in huge popularity with the adolescent style of masculinity, and not like the father and husband masculinity, the firm foundation, or the banding of a household, or the leadership of a community, or the leadership of a church, or like all of these things where the man has to exhibit real masculinity that doesn't sway like the wind to whatever you want, like sleeping around with everybody and acting a fool and calling people things just to call people things. And
on top of that, on top of that, there's ways that you can use Kevin Samuel. If anybody remembers Kevin Samuels, he was the godfather of the manosphere. He was the guy who would give these sorts of lines of advice. You can still find his footage online here or there. But one of the things that happens is when you say 6 foot, guy's got to be 6 foot to get a woman, guy's got to have a 6-pack, guy's got to have a 6-figure income. What you've done is you have not only affirmed the women who already think that way to think that, okay, now that my superficiality stuff is justified because the man's man has said that it's true, and they has called them to that thing. But you've told a guy that if he doesn't have those things, that he should just check himself out. And that's not true either, especially in the third world. How do you, isn't marriage more healthy in the third world than it is here in the first world? Mo rebuttal. Yep. How you doing?
Mr. President, Rex.
Long time no see.
Yes, it's been a moment. It has.
I was waiting for your Baldur's Gate streams.
Yeah, they've been postponed until I can let things settle down. But
Sure.
I'm playing with a new schedule that will free up earlier starting time, and I should be able to start streaming in the evenings more regularly. So, new
Mr.
schedule
Rebuttal,
should be coming soon.
what
Yes,
is
sir.
your analysis on the state of manhood in the West and how we define it and the different factions therein?
Oh, that's a pretty broad descriptor there.
The floor is yours.
Yeah. So what the current state of manhood? Well, I think that men fundamentally are hurting pretty bad from a moral standing, from a guidance standing, from having people they can look at and inspire them and also teach them to what it means to be masculine. Because if you look at in modernity, you look at the current propaganda, you look at what is pushed on them, they have many different things telling them many different things of how they should and what is masculine and what is not masculine. If you look at, and also that masculinity is toxic, that's drilled in quite a bit from different interest groups. So I think they have a lot working against them, and there was a bit lost, especially in the younger men that I talked to. A lot was lost and passed down that wasn't done from previous generations, right? I feel like there was a lot more of passing down of knowledge and what it means to be a man and what your duties are as a man. That was a big thing that was highly emphasized in past generations that isn't not so much today. And you look at parents today, and even parents in a few generations ago, you look at public school systems that are basically daycares. They've passed on the burden of guiding their children and raising them and teaching them what it means to be an adult. So when you factor, it's so many things that factor into this. And you get the product that we have today that is men who have weak moral compasses. They have weak convictions. They are hedonistic in a lot of ways. And they're drawn to influencers that they think are going to show them the way and save them. And in the end, it ends up being empty and not really anything that's going to add value to their life or any meaning to their life. And I think that's why Christianity has started to have a resurgence. I think men are starting to realize that tradition does matter. The older ways of doing things, these duties do have a place, and it gives you purpose as a man.
I think you are correct, but I also think that a huge portion of like the acting outside of their masculinity, the hedonism, all of these things are tied into a training throughout the lives of the last few generations, whether it's popular media or even their own parentage. They're being shown that these things are okay and desirable, and the world works this way, and to go ahead and act that way within the world rather than seek the traditional position of a stoic masculine male who is seeking to be the leader and holding himself and others to those standards.
Right. Yes. I think that's a big part of it as well. It's this, and it's an easy sell, right? Like to a large degree. So like, you look at a young guy who's coming up and he looks around and he sees how kind of screwed up everything is. And then he has, the Andrew Tates of the world saying like, you can just be, red pill and just, be hedonistic and you'll get a lot of benefit from it. And the reason it's an easy sell is because he looks at, the lot of men currently, like, the legal system, divorce, all these things. It logically makes sense. Like, okay, well, yeah, if this is the current state, I'm just going to Instead of planting a tree that I may never see the shade of and worried about that, I'm going to get whatever I can currently out of this life and enjoy myself. Because why
It's a
should
hyper individualism, and I think that the hyper individualism is a problem. We shouldn't be collectivists so as to become communist, and we shouldn't be individualists so as to become men on islands. We should be men who lead people. The Sigma male thing is a joke in terms of like, oh, I'm not trying to be alpha and lead people, and I'm not trying to be beta and be a weakling. I'll be a Sigma. I'll be some floating star out there that has no contributions whatsoever because I'm for myself. I lead by being alone. It's like, come on, give me a break. You have to not only network with other men who have like-minded values to shape society for the better, but you yourself have to pass that on, as you said, Mo, to your kids and taking them to church and showing them God's word. Go ahead, Abe.
Well, I was going to say this is all tied into like that whole idea of self-worship, and I think it piggybacks onto everything, whether it's like libertarian stances on everything, where it's all about I stay out of your business, you stay out of mine. Well, there's no, at that point there becomes no accountability, no real accountability in any society of any kind, and it just promotes a hedonistic self-worship based society, which I think is satanic at its root, big time.
Yeah, it's I do think that that's why what we get to participate in, to whatever degree, and the online culture of debate, I think this is very important because it is an avenue where men can interact with this and realize, okay, well, maybe these guys have a point. These arguments make sense, because I can tell you, I used to be a complete degenerate, right? Like, and when I was in that moment, when I was in that space, I had a lot of realizations of like, okay, what's the point of all this? Like, this doesn't, at the end of this, there isn't much at the end of this, right? There was times when I was in Vegas and I had opportunities to get much higher pay at a much higher position and offered to me. And I remember thinking, it's funny, I just had this conversation with my wife. We were just kind of reminiscing, discussing different things. But I remember thinking, okay, I'm single. I'm doing the hedonistic lifestyle. They're offering me this more pay. I'm going to take more pay for more responsibility, to dig in more, to make more money. I'm already making more than I need, way more than I need. I guess I'm going to buy a Sea-Doo. Like, what? I mean, I don't, I don't really know what exactly. And I remember feeling like there was a very big, like almost like an emptiness. Like, what exactly am I doing with this? Because my thoughts kind of drifted towards, okay, at the end of the day, even acquiring knowledge, even acquiring, like, getting good at philosophy, what good is it if you don't have anyone to pass it on to? Because it dies with you. Like, so I'm going to learn all these things. I'm going to learn all this useful information, maybe how to grow a business and all this other stuff. And then at the end, I take it with me, and it doesn't benefit any future generation. And that to me, I remember thinking that feels like such a waste. Like such a utter waste of effort. So it makes everything feel like, what am I doing this for? What am I actually making these achievements for?
I think that hits the nail on the head. I think part of what man as an animal, right, as a person, should be seeking is to create legacy, and through your progeny, you actually help build a better world, because you trained your children, your sons and daughters, to be what you and what you believe should be in the world, which reforms the world over generations.
Right. You're taking part even in a small way in reshaping the world to be better. Even if it's on a local level or a small scale, like, you're participating in leaving things better than when you found them. And I think that's a really fulfilling and big thing. I remember even having the thought, like, okay, well, if I'm not going to have kids, I mean, I guess what is my, I guess I can go coach a little league game or something. I don't know. I don't know, something, right? Something to give, to pass on something to where it just doesn't feel like an utter waste.
Well, it's kind of what the entire book of Ecclesiastes is about, and I encourage everybody in the chat to read the book of Ecclesiastes. It's 12 short chapters. It's about the absolute vanity of life without any point or profit. It even says some things that Mo is hitting on, which is, I perceived that wisdom is better than folly, but also that the wise man and the foolish man end up in the same place. They both die at the end of it all.
Yeah.
Also,
it's a hard thing to contend with when you, especially when you don't really know, you're in that state of unknown. Like, I don't know if I'm ever going to find a wife. I don't know if I'm ever going to have kids.
Well,
and what's that
once
like?
Again, once again, it being in that headspace, it makes all these other influences an easy sell to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it is. It's like it rains on the good and the wicked. Like you live in the same world. You're gonna live by the same inevitable rules that govern this physical reality while you're here. Actually, it's funny you brought up Ecclesiastes because it goes over that. But like I also was reading, I think it's 2 Timothy recently, and it's talking about the future generations, and it's like, yeah, it gives you that clarity. Like, you should live for something, and guess what? The world isn't going to like that. Like, so not only are you going to end in the same place, but the world is also going to try to make you step away from the things that you believe the whole while. Which I think partially is like, I don't know. There's a level in my head. This is not scriptural, but there's a level in my head where it's like the only religion's God that is used as a curse word is Christianity. The only one that seeks to defame the entirety of the religion through speech and through coarseness is Christianity. Like, there's a certain level of that is a signifier to you that there's something of this world trying to diminish and destroy that. And that should be a sign to you that there's something important there. Like, nobody's running around saying Muhammad as a curse.
Correct.
They're just not. They're not saying, oh, for Buddha's sake. No, they're not. Why is that? Maybe because
we internally know our creator. We all know our creator. Romans 1:18 is correct. We suppress the truth and unrighteousness. We all know who God is implicitly, even if we'd never heard or read the Bible. If we've heard the name of Jesus and you're lost, you hate the name of Jesus because Jesus came to save us from our sins. And if you are in love with your sin, if you're a child of the devil, then you're going to hate Jesus.
Yeah, I think this has also been, I mean, this is kind of an obvious statement, but this has also been going on for a very long time. Like, this has been going on for a very, very long time. Because, example, I haven't read it in a while, and I'm just kind of going through books and reading, and I was reading a little bit of Nietzsche recently. And anybody who's read Nietzsche knows kind of his viewpoints on Christianity and some of the stuff that he writes about. So I think in modernity with the internet and how fast information trades, and it feels a lot more magnified to a large degree. But the black and white of it is they've been coming after Christianity for a very long time. Like it's always been this way.
Well, since its inception, right? Since the birth of Christianity and the death and resurrection of Christ, they have, since that day, sought to destroy it, which is why it proliferated the way that it did, in fact. In its origin, like, that truism, like, propagated Christianity faster than if they had not tried to oppress it. If they had not thumbed down on the scale, I think that it would have been like, oh, another religion, okay, whatever. But the fact that the system turned on Christianity and tried to squash it was partly why people went, wait a minute, what about this thing needs looked at? Because why are they trying to destroy it this way? These guys are over here not teaching to, destroy and take everything. And for some reason, the system is trying to crush that. They're trying to crush like hope and salvation, and like they're trying to stop these people from even saying it. So, and I think that it's a carryover into our modern time. We see the same actions by the same types of groups trying to destroy it.
Yeah, they're met with truth, and so even if you take it down to like just simple terms, like, people in general, when they have a wrong view or a contradictory worldview, we see this all the time. You try to logic your way through it, discuss it with them, and show them the reality of it, and some of them get almost violent because they attach their self to this idea. And also people have this hedonistic way of like not wanting to be told like, oh, they're in the wrong, or maybe they shouldn't be living in a certain way, right? A lot of people react negatively to that instead of viewing it as a duty. They just get worked up and crazy. So it's kind of the fallen state of man to react that way.
Indeed. So I'm going to address something in my chat. Junior Coltrane, who I've seen trolling here and there, is asking a few questions of me, like why I'm wearing such a stupid hat, why it's very unadult to wear a top hat. I would ask you, Junior Coltrane, what is unadult about wearing a top hat exactly, in your estimation? And also, what have I said that seems childish or stupid to you or unadult-like?
Because he doesn't like that he makes you taller than him. That's what it is.
Well, I bet I'm already taller than him without the hat. So
yeah, but it's extended with a hat. Yeah.
So, but then, I'd have to ask, like, by what metric are you judging adultness of an individual? You say I look like a clown. Well, I don't have face makeup on. And if a fashion statement is childish, then basically everyone's childish because they all choose their clothing based on the look of it, generally speaking, unless it's utility. And even then, you're still picking it based on the way it looks and its utility. So exactly what is childish about it?
Of course, I don't know, Abe. I don't think I've ever seen you with your hat off. For all I know, it's just all head. It just goes.
It's a cone.
It's just giant to keep your brain, like the big brain you have there. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe Tim Pool lives under that hat.
Let me. Junior Coltrane, Tim Pool. Abe, you want to be taken seriously, but you dress like a circus clown. Did I have to say that? So here's the thing.
Can I come out dress? I voted for Bernie.
No kidding.
There's a beauty to this comment, because maybe you'll learn something. The point of the hat isn't that it's childish or that it's overly fun, but if I can speak and look like this but make good enough points that it hits something in you or the chat, then it's the ideas that matter and not the appearance. And maybe you should learn something from that.
Dang, son.
Something about a book in its cover or something like that. Something that's kind of an analogy in there.
Something.
That rings a bell.
Yeah.
Not literally. I just did it, so I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah.
Clothes make the man. That's funny.
Clothes make the man.
Only make the appearance of a man, my friend.
That's what Bruce Jenner said, right?
Clothes.
Meanwhile, you got billionaires walking around in like jeans and like a white beater.
Right. Look at Warren Buffett,
Yeah.
Abe, I'm not trying to be
It is.
hurtful. I just want to bring it up again. Jeez, just trying to help.
I didn't feel like it was hurtful at all.
I do like a nice suit. Everyone, it is fun to
Agreed.
dress snazzy.
Unapologetic preacher, 1-2 Bidon headwear says, I don't find the hat to be childish. It's brilliant branding, in my opinion. Correct. It is brilliant branding.
Yeah.
And plus,
he'd have to change his whole thing. Like he wouldn't. He'd have to change Abe or something. You wanted to rebrand? Come on.
Well, one of the first conversations I had with Abe was what's the origin of all this, and he was like, he was at one point the Dinkus, and then his likeness was so akin to Abraham Lincoln that when he and the hat combined forces, he became the Abe Dinkus, or as we call him, Mr. President.
Indeed.
Oh, so you just used to go by Dinkus? I didn't know that.
I did. I was the Dinkus. It's a whole thing. The Dinkus knows, and there's a literary usage, right, in type that you use the Dinkus to show that there is more to the story. There's a continuation of information to be sought, and the Dinkus knows is saying that what comes next is knowledge.
Okay. Abe lore here.
Yes, there's an origin story to the guy who has flaming wings and a sword, and gosh, what else did you... By the way, Abe, what a few months back after my slavery debate, you had this stream called Gorilla Mind. What is Gorilla Mind? What is that all about? Please, I see in your face you're aching to tell us about Gorilla Mind.
So there was a stream where I was arguing with people, and I started answering their questions before they were asking their questions. And then a joke got made about me snatching the thoughts out of their minds before they're spoken. And then I got like some dirty looks during that stream, and they're like, he tried to kill him with his thoughts. And I drank and it went down the wrong tube and I choked. So there was this whole joke. And then I was like, I used my gorilla mind. I snatched his thoughts from the air, and then it became a song. And the song's called Gorilla Mind, and it's a fantastic artistic rendition.
I did like the art that came with that, with the levitating electric gorilla with the glowing eyes. That was something.
Yep. It's pretty amazing.
Why can't all men have a gorilla mind? That's what we need. All the men need to download Gorilla Mind into the brain chips provided by Elon Musk, and then we will all bring back an era of manliness to this country. And gorillas.
You just got to go on VK to see some of that. There's a bunch of gorilla minds all over the place. Just ooga booga and all over the place.
That's not true.
Not false.
That's true. That's true.
New member, unapologetic preacher.
Ooh, hey. Welcome to the grand galley of greatness.
What do you so do you have like a name for your guys, like the cool, like
call them the Hatters?
The Hatters? Okay, because Rob Nor has the
but usually when I raid, I tell them to go in and tell them it's a presidential raid.
Presidential raid. Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. That works.
Or, you could get into an argument like I did yesterday with those guys on Easies about the difference between precedent and president, because they thought that the president is the precedent of it was so weird. That was a goofy argument. And I'm like,
wait.
Linguistics is kind of important, gentlemen.
Wait, was that pronunciation or meaning or both or what?
It was them thinking that presidents set precedents legally in like all kinds of stuff that didn't make sense. And then it got really, really weird. Like the whole conversation was really weird. And then I had people getting in arguments with me about the Civil War and what happened and why it happened. And I'm like, good luck.
Right.
Don't let Shiva see that conversation. He'll like go into a fit.
About presidents and precedents.
Yeah.
No, wait. No.
Wait. Yeah.
Hold on.
So no, it was funny. There was like a whole bunch of I even called it out. It was the same. It led to the same topic as tonight because I was trying to explain that you have to stick with your moral foundations. If you are a Christian, or even like I know that like there's going to be contention of what a Christian is, but across the board, for the most part, Christians, even the non-denominationals or even other sects that all three of us wouldn't consider to be Christian, believe that ending the life of a baby in the womb is murder. And so if that's the case, you cannot in good conscience vote for the party that is pushing for more of that. And so it led to that.
I heard a little bit of the discussion before I came up. You guys were talking about a little bit about that. That's kind of the reason why I popped in. I was curious kind of how you guys got to that. But actually, there's another panel that reached out to me. They want me to come and discuss because they're very anti-Trump, and they want me to discuss, is MAGA a success or a failure? Which there's a lot to unpack there. Like, where's your criteria of success, and where's your criteria of failure?
Now, are they anti-Trump because they're Lincoln Project conservative types, or conservative, or are they libs?
I don't think they're libs. I think they just hate anything to do with like, going into Iran and the Iran war and
so
how much influence
isolationist.
Israel,
Paleo-conservative types.
How much influence Israel has on the U.S., that sort of thing. So my take is I'm a, I guess, how do I put this? I'm a per issue critic or voter, right? If you want to put it that way. I don't think any one politician you vote in is going to save you, right? And they're not going to have, they're not going to usher in a utopia. That's just the reality of our government, right? So if you look at someone like Trump, I like how a lot of people apparently have come to the great insight and realization that, he might be a little bit of a Zionist, he might have some Zionist pulls. Like, well, no shit. Like, if you look at back in his history, that shouldn't be a surprise. Now, at the same time, he's anti-baby deletion, right? Anti-transformer, right? All these other topics that you could point to, immigration, that sort of thing. You can point to these different issues and say, okay, well, am I going to vote for this party, even though he might have some issues that I fundamentally disagree with? Is that going to sway me to stay home to allow someone who is for all those horrible things come into power? Because they will push that agenda.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make a logical sense to me that, and I don't even really view it as a lesser of two evils. I view it as, you look at the different categories of what you're interested in, the different policies, and you say, okay, you weigh it. It's like, what is the criteria? What is the criteria of like what I care about most versus less, and which candidate matches that the best? And for me, historically, it's always been someone on the right. So why would I try to let, or even, help by staying home and not voting, someone else come into power that is for all those horrible things that I don't want?
Well, that's what I said earlier too. Like, it's not about right and left. It's about the moral framework. It's about the foundations of what I believe. Like, the side that does the things that are evil in my belief is the side I'm not voting for. Period. Like,
yeah. And as far as Iran war goes, like, do I agree with it? No. Now that we're in there, do I want the U.S. to win? Yes. Right. Those are two different positions.
right.
Like, so
Well, it's that same
I
thing with
try to look
Andrew,
at it.
right? They're like, Andrew, you're pro-war. He's like, no, I'm not. They're like, well, you're supporting the party that has led us to this. It's like, that doesn't mean I'm pro-war. It means that this has happened, and I'm not switching sides because they did war. I don't like that we're
Right.
there, and I don't want us there, and I don't think we should be making wars. But that doesn't mean I'm going to switch my party affiliation because this one war thing has happened. This one action has happened. The other side still supports all the things I detest that stand against the God that I serve. So
So one party is for a pipeline of grooming children and, basically confusing their genders and all this other crazy stuff, right? And you look at that and then you say, okay, there's a war over here where they're, bombing some people who, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't agree with to begin with, right? I don't like their religion. I don't like their policies. I don't like their worldview. So it's kind of like, even on that, it's like, I mean, okay, so I don't want us going to war, but at the same time, I definitely don't want this other thing coming to power and corrupting our youth.
And let's not forget open borders. Who is the party of open borders? Who is the party of abolish ICE? Who is the party of abolish the police? Who is the party of setting free criminals? Who is the party of putting perversion in schools as standardized things? Who is the party of locking down things continuously after the fact we didn't need them? Who is the party of putting in all these OSHA level health mandates that the Daily Wire had to go to the Supreme Court for in order to block?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't like those guys.
They're the anti-accountability, anti-reality, anti-Christ party.
Right. And I don't like them. So why? So again,
Who hates them? Who hates them?
We tend to think like I get it. We all want. I just did not to shill, but I just did a stream talking about abolitionists versus pro-lifers, and there are people who are abolitionists who have their hearts in the right place. But when you say, well, it's got to be everything or nothing in this bill that I pass, or you're sinning, and if you do anything that is in any way incremental or not 100% of what you want, then we're just not going to participate. You're not living in reality. God, even in the Old Testament, the civil laws were not reflected of everything that was 100% moral. That's why you see a raising of the standard in the New Testament, and there's no civil law given in the New Testament anyway. But the point is, I like the comment that it's not lesser of two evils. It's just kind of accepting reality in a fallen world. And to say that, oh, well, I'm not going to accept anything except an unfallen world. It's like, okay, well, you'll be in the waiting room for a long time, sir.
Yeah. It's a very immature way of viewing the world. A very immature way of viewing.
We are striving to make steps forward, not backwards. And if we can take a step forward, that is a win, a small win, but it's a win. If we can cut back the amount of evil being done, we will do it. And there's no guarantee you can cut out every bit of evil at once, because you're fighting against an entire system with a huge population of people that have disparate views on all kinds of things. Any win you can get, you should be seeking. You should be pulling down the systems that destroy babies in the womb. You should be striking down whatever you can at whatever degree is possible.
Part of me thinks these accelerationists are just bored. They got high in the cocaine of streaming, and their convictions aren't keeping them grounded, as you might say when somebody's grounded, Mr. President. But because they have no root, and their only root is how much adrenaline can I get for saying things that seem outrageous at the time. What was outrageous a while ago is that men are men and women are women, and now what's outrageous is I'm a Republican, vote Democrat. A la Fuentes.
Yep.
Or I'm Candace. Right, or I'm Candace Owens and so-and-so off their husband, and I'm going to show you how. We're really close, you guys. And it's like, come on, even if all your conspiracy theories were true, how does that help me? How does that bring the culture forward? How does that get us to where we need to be? This is all just sensational Wendy Williams, Alex Jonesy kind of stuff that we don't need.
I would not downgrade Alex Jones. A lot of what he said came true, sir. Come on.
He happens to be on the right, but it's not so much the quantity of what you say, but it's the quality of what you say. And obviously the Sandy Hook thing, even though we can argue that $1 billion is quite the bill to foot, it wasn't his best moment.
It wasn't his best moment, but
he took it back, right? He corrected the record, so
it was a pretty bad misstep. We'll say that.
But you also have to understand that the claim being made is the opinion of a man, and anyone who acts on that opinion is also responsible for their own actions. And for the system to destroy him in the manner that it did was to set an example to anyone on the right that questions narratives. So there's a whole bunch packed into that.
I agree.
He made a stupid claim, but guess what? They didn't take the correct actions.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't know enough about the case of what the justifications for exactly how many families lost their kids in order to quantify that. $1 billion seems extremely excessive.
He
obviously,
didn't make them lose their children.
Right. It's just in the meantime, he was spreading things saying that there were child actors in the family. I don't know if he said, I don't know anything beyond the child actors part, so I'm not going to say anything more to that. But what I do know is the families did experience harassment. Is that Alex Jones's fault? Was he puppeteering them? No, he wasn't. He wasn't doing that. But go ahead.
The basic claim, the issue is that part of the basic claim was that there was crisis actors on scene during and after the event, which were caught on film. And then he has all these different reels where the same person is at all these mass events. And it's like, this person did an interview at this event and this event. Somehow they were at both. And this doesn't make any sense. So we should question the entirety of the event, which I think there's some credibility in making that kind of a claim. Now, anything he said beyond that, like nobody actually died or something like that, that would be way beyond what you should have said. And I agree that that's a foolish claim to make. However, if it's the man's belief, he should have the ability to claim a belief. If he's seeing all these things, linking things, I don't think that you should be able to come back on him and say, well, because these people who watch your show acted like crazy assholes and went to these families and said stuff they shouldn't have without evidence or proof, we're going to charge you so much money that you could never pay it. And we're going to take everything you own and destroy your life because you had an opinion in the public.
I can grant all that and still say that he was like, when you make a certain kind of claim, especially when it comes to kids and the end of their life, you better take a step back before determining, do I have enough evidence to tightly make this claim? So I can grant everything you just said, and that's where I'm at. The same is true with the towers. But go ahead.
Sure. But in what capacity was he making a claim? Did he make it in a courtroom?
Like child actors?
Did he make it as a public official? Did he make it as a judge? Did he make it as a governor or a president? What capacity did he make those claims in?
A public influencer, public figure, commentator, announcer, somebody who claims to have enough documentation to back up what he's saying.
Sure. So I guess my basic claim is, like, even if it is the case that everything he said was wrong, he made declarative statements of his opinion on this thing in the public eye. Here's the issue. Here's my big issue. Okay. I'm going to take this back for a second. Here's my big issue. You, me, and Mo are sitting here talking about our belief in God, the Christian God, as true, and that the best thing is for us to move forward and to stop all the unaliving of babies. And say 1 year, 2 years, 5 years from now, a political party sweeps in and decides God is false and all the unaliving of babies was not unaliving of babies because there is no babies in pregnancy. And they decide everything we have claimed here is false and no one was harmed ever in these operations done on these women, and that we are public enemies because of it. And now they can charge us billions of dollars for making these false claims on the internet, and they could take our entire lives and destroy us for it. That would be completely within the framework of what we've seen done to him right now.
Yeah, and I don't say that he should be necessarily charged in that sense. I'm just saying that his claims are irresponsible.
Sure.
And obviously detrimental. Let's say nobody harassed these family members. Even hearing that broadcast, and something like that is so sensational, it's going to be broadcast over and over again, absent of any justification of charges and going to court. That's still a horrible thing to hear about your kids, especially if it's false.
Sure.
That's I'll say that much. I'll say that much. I also think it's just a crazy claim. But that's not me telling anybody what should happen in court. That's not me telling anybody should be punished. That's just me saying that he's not helping when he makes irresponsible claims like that. And even if he made 10,000 proven claims, just like how Ecclesiastes says it's the one dead fly that spoils the ointment, there are some things that even though they're numerically one or two things, they're so bad that it does kind of ruin the thing. I mean, for example, Alex Jones himself talks about David Icke. David Icke agrees with Alex Jones about a lot of things. David Icke is also a reptilian propagator, and he called it a turd in the punch bowl. That one aspect of his belief system.
Sure, and I get that. It's just the whole thing of the ruining and taking everything from a man for opinions made on the internet becomes wild to me, regardless of whether or not it was a good take or bad take, regardless of whether or not he hurt the family's feelings of their children. He had nothing to do with the event. The event is not within his purview to take any action on. It was an after the event opinion or stream made by the guy. It seems wild to me that a person could say things, even if they're retarded, even if they're terrible things to say, even if they hurt feelings. He said these things on the internet, and what the outcome of that was a court bringing him in, finding him liable for the actions of people going and harassing the family over what he said, and then he is going to now pay billions in recompense to the families of the children who were taken from them, and lose all that he has earned in his life for saying that statement.
Yeah, I can agree. I can even agree to all that. And just in terms of the grand narrative of who's on the right and who's helping and who's not, and who's an accelerationist and who's giving opportunity to the left to dunk, he's among those people.
But they would just as likely dunk on you and I for being believers in Christ who stand against the abortion stance of the left, because we look like loonies, because to all of them, those aren't babies that are being taken. So literally, if a leftist was in office tomorrow, they could turn around and make the same claims of us and drag us into a courtroom and take everything we own for making the statements we have because of our belief, because we're loonies.
All right, but
that's my point.
I think we had a similar conversation not too long ago, and I brought up the point that the Bible teaches don't have any appearance of evil. Now, that statement wouldn't make any sense, or you're giving an occasion to blaspheme. That statement wouldn't make any sense unless there are things that are actually worse. We could be blameless, as much as we can. And the things that they're going to persecute us for are always going to be there, but they're not blameworthy. What we shouldn't do is be blameworthy. That's what I'm getting at. And you give more opportunities to blaspheme, especially if it's accurate. Same thing is true. It's like nobody, I think in one of Peter's epistles, it talks about how nobody should complain for being punished if they did something wrong. But you will have a reward for your persecution if you were righteous during that point.
But if you believe what he was, right, but if he was wholeheartedly believing in the things he was making a claim about, and he's saying that he thinks that this is an agenda-based thing being pushed for a reason, and he legitimately believes this thing, and then he puts it on the internet, then where was the wronghood committed?
Well, it can be both. It can be both that you can be in the wrong and that you are unfairly treated after being in the wrong. You get an unjust treatment. So, for example, that's what false flags are. False flags are...
Right.
You don't need
But
false
here's
flags if you can just do it to anybody for anybody you disagree with once you're in power.
right. But that's the issue. The big issue here is a genuine belief in a thing, not actions that make you untoward, that make you seem that way, right? Because if your claim is that he was doing something purposefully and it made him in the scope of reproach rather than not in the scope of reproach ahead of time, then it becomes a moot point, because anything you believe is chargeable in the same way. Because if he genuinely believed the thing that he put forth, then he isn't acting outside of the accordance.
What's the accordance?
Well, like you're saying, if we're acting above reproach and then we're blamed for something, then it leaves less room for blaspheme. But if he believed what he was doing, then he wasn't acting outside of a reproachable thing. He wasn't acting in a way that should have been reproached, right?
Well, here's where I disagree is you should have a basis for how you believe in an orderly way. And I think his mistake was more fundamental and came before even the statements he made, which is the mode of thinking he adopted that would allow him to let that past his filter in the first place. That I'm going to broadcast this, I'm going to say this, I'm not going to do the requisite checks, I'm not going to have any self-control about this, or at least not as much self-control as I would have if I were a more, shall we say, for lack of a better term, normal individual. I can agree with what you're saying about severity. I can just grant all of what you're saying about the severity of the reaction and that people are after him and people are after us and all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying that in terms of what he said, I think it was crazy, even if he sincerely believed it. I think that did more harm than good, even if he sincerely believed it. And I think it gives more opportunity than they would have had if he never said that.
Yeah, I think hearing you both discuss this, kind of to Abe's point, the way I see it, and I think this is what Abe's touching on, is even if you grant that, okay, everything he did was wrong, let's just assume he was wrong and that the evidence he had of crisis actors wasn't real, etc., right? Even in that scenario, in our worldview, if we make exceptions for someone like that getting ostracized to that degree, then it opens the door up for, basically all kind of things.
But that goes back to the thing I never said, which was, I don't think at any point I said he definitely objectively deserves to shell out $1 billion to people. I don't think at any point in this discussion I made any comments on the justification of the punishment. Can you?
Right. Because I can't make any justification for the, and also if they're gonna go after him for this, there's a laundry list of politicians on the left during like Black Lives Matter and all these other things that were coming out and saying very inflammatory things about how they should be allowed to protest and this and that, and basically adding fuel to the fire. So should those politicians be charged with all of the cities that were burned down and all this other stuff? I mean, if that's the case, then they should have free, by rights, we should be able to go after them.
Once again, that goes back to what I never said, which I'm not talking about the charges.
Right. Yeah. But my issue with the original claim is you brought him as an example. And my point would be, it doesn't matter what the thing is, you will and can be dragged before the world stage as an example of some great evil. And you brought up that we shouldn't act outside of what is good, so that there's not extra reason for people to speak out against God, right?
Well, again, what I'm yes, and what I would say to that is, in order to have good guardrails on our perspective of what's good, we have to, number one, not surround ourselves with automatically conspiratorial people, because, as you know, David Icke being, it's no surprise if you hang out with people who are reptilian-esque, or you have people who are off their rocker to begin with. If that's your circle, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And so it would benefit us to spend more time with more even-keeled people, have more even-keeled thoughts, and being grounded in Scripture. And I don't think you can be grounded in Scripture and be ready to accuse of very wild things, because usually people you wouldn't.
That would be
okay. So wait, Rex, I have a question for you.
I think that's a bridge too far because you can't know the mind of another man.
I have a question for you, Rex. Given what you just said there, then under that same paradigm, then should you support Trump?
What do you mean?
Well, we just got done discussing that politicians have aspects of their policies that we might not agree with, but some that we really do agree with. So
well,
if you're making the same comparison, you might have someone like Alex Jones who has a lot that we would agree with, but he had this one blemish that is bad. And so, and I'm not saying like even support him, but also maybe not accepting them going after him, so
there's
because I do see the comparison.
So there's two things. Number one, Alex Jones is not our candidate or is not president. He is not consequential to the direction of this country, whereas our binary choice between the Republicans and Democrats is.
Well, wait a minute.
Hold on. Let me get to my second point before I forget. Let me get to my second point before I forget.
This is important, though. Okay, before I forget. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, because I'm okay. I think I forgot it.
Sorry. What I was going to interject there is that if you're gonna put the emphasis on him being a public figure that draws attention and makes this thing bad, then it's the same emphasis. It works both ways, basically. Like if he has the emphasis to say that the pull that when he says something, bad things potentially can happen, and he should be careful. Well, then the inverse of that is true as well.
I think everybody should be careful when they say things, yes. But that does not affect the fact that...
But a politician that says things also has pull. It's the same...
Right.
Just because one has more legal power than the other doesn't...
I agree. Take
away from influence.
But again, part of this discussion is our agreement that it's not because of Trump's failures or excesses that we vote for Democrats. That's part of our agreement in this stream. What I'm getting at is if Alex Jones, if they're just going to bring you in from the tribunal anyway, so in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. They would have done that a long time ago for anything he would have said. But they picked the easiest thing. Why? Because it's the actual thing you say that matters. It's not just the fact that you're their enemy. It is the actual thing you say. And Abe, I know you're shaking your head, but even Nick Sandman could get his day in court and get justice, even though he was besmirched.
But it's kind of, I don't see how it's really that different than, a politician who is on your side to a large degree on a lot of different subjects. But then there's this one thing that has a blemish on his record. And so then you're going to pull support from him because the others.
I had plenty of reasons to pull support, from other angles in not only the first, but the second and the third time I voted for him. If you put him against the Democrat, I'd vote for him again today, even though he has many blemishes in my mind.
No. I was focusing.
There's no
more
binary
on the
between.
Jones.
So there is no binary. Look, if I had to choose between the Alex Jones who did have a conspiracy theory about Sandy Hook and the Alex Jones who didn't have a conspiracy theory about Sandy Hook, I would vote for the one who didn't. So if we're talking about a binary, is that the binary you're presenting?
No, I'm saying support. Just support. Like if
I never supported Alex Jones
of
to begin with.
Supporting people who are on, let's say, the right, who obviously Alex Jones isn't for Transformers. He isn't for baby.
Is Tucker Carlson on the right?
Tucker Carlson. I don't know. Currently, I need to. His current views. I'm not sure what he is right now.
Exactly. So in terms of what is right or left anymore, is Candace Owens on? Even if Candace Owens is on the right, she is so nutty. She is nuttier than a payday bar. Why would I want anybody to take her as an example of what I believe or anything like that?
Well, this goes back to per subject critique.
So for example, like Ben Shapiro was on the right. You're not a fan of Ben Shapiro, I assume, right?
No.
But Ben Shapiro and you voted the same in 2024, right?
Yeah.
And he helped campaign for Trump in 2024, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he was also a never Trumper at the start, so.
Right. But you would still want to differentiate yourself from him in these things and distance yourself from statements that he's made, right? Because I think they're bad for the movement.
So there's certain things I would distance myself from him on certain worldviews. Yes.
Sure, and that's what I'm doing here. I think there are certain statements and stances that I will publicly distance myself from so as not to be confused. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate more votes that go in my direction. I just want to make my stance on certain important issues clear.
Yeah,
and that includes factual claims.
In the case with Ben Shapiro, though, I could probably make the case that a lot of his worldviews are fundamentally anti-American. So I can't make that case with Alex Jones.
Be that as it, well, yeah, probably not. But be that as it may, he would, if we're going to say, well, who's right and who's left, back to that like 15, 20 seconds ago in the conversation, broadly speaking, Ben Shapiro would be right wing in his worldviews on, say, abortion and taxes and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I would also put in being a patriot and wanting the best for America in there too as being a very high priority. Which, fundamentally, I don't think Ben Shapiro does. So,
okay. Well, I would say that adjacent to that would be choosing Trump as president over Kamala. I think even if you say his goals are different, the methods coincide with our methods.
Right. So, but that's kind of what my point was. Like, if you have someone who is, I guess, there's 10 viewpoints this person has, and the 10th one is kind of a shit take. I think when the system goes after that person, it would behoove us to say, well, no, hold on a second, that doesn't, you don't get to do that. That's not. First off, it's I think it goes against First Amendment, but
that's partially the issue I'm having with the whole Alex Jones portion of this. Right. Is like, yes, I agree that you were making the statement. I guess my underlying point of standing against it some was that they went after him in the fashion they did, partially because of his association with Trump, and it was backed and funded because of his stances that were taken, not just the Sandy Hook statements that were made. And so my claim would be that even if you believe something and you didn't do something in order for it to be wrong, and you firmly believed in the thing you were saying because you thought you were calling out some form of evil, you could still be used as a pawn against the thing that you are with, whether it's the church, whether it's the presidency, and the enemy of you will use that thing to destroy you and your side, even if you did it with the purest of intentions and for the right reasons and weren't lying. They would still use it against you. And yes, I know the claim you're making about the stances that we should be careful of as Christians because of the appearance. What I'm saying is, from the is of the world, it won't matter.
Here's the thing. I don't think that's entirely true in this sense. Giving them an excuse of doing like dumb stuff is still going to make it easier for them to do it. Whereas if you
relative.
So for example, like when Daniel was put in charge of much of the Babylonian Empire, at first his adversaries couldn't find anything to criticize. Now they had to make it illegal to pray for him to get in trouble, right? But beforehand, they couldn't do that. Why? Because they had to restructure it. Now, I'm seeing that from your point, but on the other side, they were his enemies before they made it illegal to pray. But his blamelessness was what kept him alive up to that point. Now, our Christian principles prevent us from neglecting those sorts of things and being devoted to God in that way. So once that line is pushed up to that point, yes, we will all fall short of that. But we're not anywhere near that. That's why right now, in this day and age, we have to do something that's stupid.
Will it stop the left from using whatever they can And anyone who stands against Christ from using whatever they can to destroy you in the public eye and make you and everything you stand for look wrong and stupid here in America today.
They will do that, but my actions will limit the scope of what's going to stick.
Maybe.
I mean,
Maybe,
I could
because-
see that. I could see that argument from like kind of like a pragmatic point of view, but at the same time, yeah, at the same time, I feel like this is kind of I think this is too close to blaming the person for giving their attacker the excuse for attacking them. Right.
Let's say I went to a pizza shop with a Trump hat and I had a shotgun in hand. And before then, I wasn't in trouble, even though I went on YouTube and said anti-fetus deleta stuff, anti-transformer stuff, and all this kind of stuff. And then I went there and I got charged for something stupid that I did because I was like, let the children out of the basement. You know, and then I could say, well, they were going to come after me anyway. It's like, well, no, yes, and no at the same time. Yes, they were going to use anything. I mean, my platform is nothing, but yes, they're going to use anything to stop conservatism. But if you do something that stupid, you might as well be punished anyway. And again, I'm not saying anything about Alex Jones and whether he deserves it. That's a separate issue. I'm just saying in general, doing stupid things gives opportunities that otherwise wouldn't happen if you were living in an upright manner.
But what you're talking about is an actual crime versus
I'm using an extreme example to illustrate a point that I could claim.
There's still a huge issue with this because this is perceptive. If you believe that the pizzeria has children shackled in the basement and you show up there with that firearm in order to free children, have you done something wrong?
Yes, because I've abandoned basic sense of understanding and evidence before I make a really significant decision, like going somewhere with a firearm and making false accusations that are completely nutty.
What if you had evidence?
If I had evidence, I'm also not law enforcement. If I have evidence, I'm obligated to bring that to law enforcement, which would be in the right capacity to do something about that.
Let's go one step further. What if you had all the evidence and you already went to law enforcement and they ignored you? And you've got more and more evidence over the last week that those children are there, and now people are reporting they're hearing screams from the basement.
Yes, in that case,
law enforcement still won't do anything.
In that case, I would go to the press at best because I myself cannot be a vigilante. You know this. I do not have the power of the sword. Romans 13. It's not civilians who have the power of the sword. Just because I have the means doesn't mean I have the office to do so.
So wait.
Did you not see the debate between me and Rowdy Gowdy on this on VK?
If you see a man beating and starting to force himself on a woman in public, you don't have the ability to stop that?
Oh, no, that's different than if I go inside somebody's private property, which would be, say, their establishment, make an...
What if it was in somebody's front yard?
Somebody's front yard, I would say that that's more public than if I was to barge into somebody, hold them hostage. Because the holding hostage... At that point, I think I would draw a line differently if I'm holding them hostage with a shotgun as opposed to somebody who's in public, where I'm catching somebody in the act. But it also depends on what evidence, because you say generally for this hypothetical, oh, I have evidence. Well, what's the nature of the evidence? Because that could be impactful. Because if the evidence is I saw a child running out and a man chasing after him and the child was bloodied and dragging chains on their ankles, in that case, yes, I would fend off the man. But that's different than if I'm going to go into a space that is a private space and I accuse them of having some basement because of things I read on 8chan, and when I bring my shotgun.
So wait, let's say you're jogging down the street, right? And there's a house and it's private, and you see a guy forcing a family into the basement with a shotgun, and he's like, not there. He doesn't belong there. He's clearly not part of the family. Is that, you can't do anything about that?
I would call authorities in that case. Because number one, I don't know who else is. I don't claim to know, especially in your hypothetical, who else is there, how many guns they have, what the actual layout of the situation. Even if I can tell it's dangerous and they're being held hostage, that doesn't give me the right to declare myself deputy and jump right in there.
I see. I don't.
I feel like there's some gray area there.
For me, I feel like there's a certain level of moral duty in certain situations that I would step in because I know that loss of life will follow if action is not taken. And calling the authorities could prevent the stopping of thing because they will not get there in time to stop thing.
Yeah, because you could look at another scenario, right? Under your reason for not going in there, you're not law enforcement. You don't have I guess you don't have all the understanding of the situation necessarily, right? But I mean, if different scenario, let's say a house is on fire, right? You're not a firefighter. You're not gonna potentially run in there to save a life.
Yeah, in that case, I don't see that as like invasion because the property in question itself is being.
Well, no, this
apart.
is on the claim that you're not law enforcement. You're not a firefighter. Why would
I don't think a firefighter is arresting a fire and putting it in the back of an SUV and taking it home. That's not law enforcement.
No, but it's testing the claim of like you're not this category of thing you're not the proper person to do this thing. So that's what this is for that I'm addressing.
Yeah, so in that case, I don't see that. I don't have to deputize myself to put out a fire. So I don't see that as the same thing because you mentioned law enforcement.
You're running there to save life is the point.
Yeah, categorically, I see police work and firefighting as two different things.
Sure,
I might not have that. I don't even claim to have that all fleshed out, so that's interesting. But I don't see them as two different things. So I do see those as two different things, especially when it comes to like combat. We call them firefighters, but it's not actual combat that's happening. Between
of course.
sentient beings.
I'm just curious of your claim that you're not the specialized person for the right thing, right? So what is that criteria? Where's that threshold?
Yeah, so the threshold would be actual law enforcement, like Romans 13 talking about who bears the sword. The government bears the sword. In the case of the firefighting, there's no such biblical principle that says you cannot be the firefighter because the government bears the hose. There's nothing like that. And so in the case where there's a child coughing and fire, then I would.
But if someone was being assaulted, you would step in there if they were just in public.
In public, yeah.
So is it the public thing that changes it, or what is exactly that makes it? What is the threshold breaker there? Like what exactly constitutes where you can and can't step in?
Yeah, so I'll admit that there's some gray in there, and part of it has to do with these hypotheticals are like perfect hypotheticals, and I'm drawing from general principles here. So
Sure.
So in general, if somebody's in public and these men are surrounding them, even if I'm just one guy, I would say I'm morally obligated to jump in, even if there's multiple guys on one woman. So there's that. But when it comes to like
morally obligated, okay,
yeah, because I mean, otherwise I'm a coward, right? And that's yeah, you just have to go down swinging so that the woman has a chance to make yourself that target. Even if you're unrelated,
locked in a basement, you don't have a moral obligation.
I would call that, yeah, I think that's a different situation where they are separate from me. They're within the confines of a private property, which I don't have the authority to break into and bring a firearm or any implemented weapon in there to do that. And I think there's a reason that there are vigilante laws. I think there's a reason I would be charged with crimes as well as the people who have the children in cages.
So, different scenario. Like this is obviously the extreme scenario, but we're testing logical reason here. Post-apocalyptic world, there is no government. You come across a camp and it belongs to some raiders. They have some children. You're armed. What is your moral obligation then?
Well, in the case of the raiders outnumbering me in a given spot of land, they would be the government de facto. So, for example, when testing what is a marriage, for example, let's say it's you and one woman on a desert island, and the desert island is owned by nobody. You guys are the de facto government of that land, and therefore, being the de facto government of that land, you can actually marry each other autonomously in that land. Now, you might disagree with that, but that's my position, that the government does have an oversight of marriage and things like that the marriage can be administered by the state. But
two questions.
In the case of the hypothetical that you gave me, the raiders would be the government insofar as they are the people with the most guns and most power in that set of land.
So, okay, let's just say same scenario is just one raider.
Oh, then it's a war. It's a de facto war. Even though it's between two people, you have equal strength in that. Then it's open season.
But would you be morally obligated to do something?
Yeah. If we're in this hypothetical, yes.
So then, one raider, you're morally obligated. But if it's two raiders, they're a de facto government. You're not morally obligated.
In that case, yeah, in that case with the model, because you'd be defying the de facto government of that land, even though it'd be injustice to do so. Yeah, I would have to say that, even though that sounds wild, that is because we're using an extreme example, right? But they would be,
Right.
especially if you're a proponent of force doctrine. I don't see a way around that.
But you're not a proponent for force doctrine.
But you are.
I am, but this is the scenario I'm posing to you, not me.
Right, but my model is government, not force.
Well, government is force.
Government is more than force, because otherwise you couldn't say that God gives them the sword, because you can have force without right.
But you just got done saying that the two people and the multiple raiders would have the force and the government. So
that doesn't divorce it from being force, though.
Okay, I don't know who I'm talking to. Who am I engaging now?
Sorry,
No, I'm saying like
sorry,
you're using Abe. You're using one kind of argument. Mo's using a different kind of argument.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not trying to dogpile here, but
I
just
jumped
find
in.
it
It was
interesting
my own
that.
fault.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mo,
no,
restate your argument.
I'll let Abe go after this. I just real quick. So, but just a moment ago, you said you're not a force proponent, but doctrine proponent. But
correct.
You just got done.
I was just appealing to your. I was appealing to your worldview.
Yeah, that's fine. But you just got done saying that in the case for the Raiders, they had the more force, so that made them the de facto government. So how do you square that?
Because the force is an indication of who is in charge, but is an indication not just on the situational level, but also on who. Everything is providence. So God, even though they are evil in this case, God still gave them that governance and that providence, because it's not just force alone; it's also providence, which goes back to Romans 13.
So God would give the Raiders providence of a government.
Same thing he did with the Roman Empire. Same thing he did with all the evil empires, Babylonian when they took over Israel. Like God does give rise to evil and good empires. Yeah.
So wait, this is interesting. So then, under your worldview, is it possible for Christians to have a righteous war to like overthrow an evil government?
My initial gut reaction is yes, but I don't claim to know the rules in which to do that. I think I'm kind of at my end of my rope, but my gut says yes, but I can't tell you why right now.
Okay. Anyway, so that was interesting. Okay, yeah, Abe, you had a point. I didn't mean to.
They're fine. You were still on your line. I jumped in. It wasn't your fault. That was mine. I tried to jump into the middle of your argument because that didn't make sense to me. So you said that you're for government, but you're not for force doctrine. And I said government is force. And you said government is more than force, but it's not just force, and other people can have force. But that doesn't mean that government isn't force. Just because two things can have force doesn't mean that the one isn't force.
Do you agree that government is not force alone?
Of course. Of course it's not force alone, but the baseline of how government acts and can act is based in the force with which it holds. Otherwise, no law could ever be enforced.
I agree, but there's more than the physical and circumstantial dimension of government. There's also the moral stance that's given to government. That's the difference. That's why when people say they use force doctrine, they say, well, where are your rights without force? It's like they were always there. Otherwise, you can't have an oppressive government.
Sure, but absent force, the government has no ability to do anything.
Because
absent force, the government cannot act.
Right. You're talking about the actions, which is always just that's the circumstantial plane entirely of whether or not. Let's say everybody in the government was like blinded and crippled tomorrow. Yes, they have no ability to do anything, and it's a power vacuum. And whoever else comes in is now the government, right? I would chalk that up to. So let's say China came in, right? Let's say we're in a weakened state. China comes in. China owns us. We're now part of China. That's it. and that was in God's providence. And while it involved force, and while force is necessary, it's also not the only thing that's at play. They have
Obviously,
government legitimacy.
it's never
I'm saying
just
it's
one thing.
right. Okay, then maybe we agree.
It's never just one thing. But if we, okay, let's take this from like the building blocks of nothingness, right? There's humans on Earth.
Yeah.
Right. At that point, the force of whoever can assert power and force will then develop the control of the others on the planet Earth.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That force is implemented and then grows into something else. So the society develops over time, and yes, there's culture implemented and everything changes over time. When a government finally is put into place over the group of people, the only way for that government to have any power or any say within the region is force. Yes or no?
Yes, I agree that that is how they have say, and that's how they have sway. Nobody disagrees with that. All I'm saying is yes, and there, because the and the and is the moral plane of the right of the government to rule and administer the sword in a way that the civilians and the citizenry cannot. And that's why I'm drawing the lines between why can't I just declare myself deputy in the morning when I feel skippy with my black coffee?
No, that's only true if it is the case that the people have told the government that the government holds the sword. Because if the government says that all people hold the sword and you have to do it yourself, then that government is a completely different thing at that point.
What's the difference between that and anarchy at that point?
Well, the government still would sanction.
Okay,
like
so then their guns would still trump our guns, right? Because the government would have tiers of authority, which would be backed up by greater force.
Sure, but then you couldn't make the claim that only the government holds the sword.
No, here's why. When I'm saying the sword, and when the Romans 13 is talking about the sword, it's talking about the authority to execute justice. That means that you would have to still wait for a trial to happen, as it would be in like Numbers 35, for example. You would still have to get witnesses together if you wanted to have an actual justice system. It's not going to be Judge Dredd, where everybody gets to decide to shoot each other. There's order to this, and with order, obviously, comes greater tiers of force. So you can't say, well, we're going to make it equal. No, because I think you're misusing the phrase of holding the sword, because holding the sword is not just do I have a weapon or do I have force. Holding the sword is the just administration of capital punishment. And you can't just have everybody have the authority unanimously, even if you just signed a waiver to say, oh, that everybody has the just, because then it's effectively anarchy, because anybody can kill anybody and have carte blanche to do it. That's just anarchy at that point.
My point is that what the claim that you're making is from a Christian paradigm, right? And there are places that it's not going to function the way that we see it. Right. So say you have tribal lands and there is no government and everybody can do as they please in this place where there is no government. Who has the sword?
Nope. That'd be anarchy. There would be none. There'd be no structure. It would be like Israel when there were no kings in the book of Judges. It would just everybody does what's right in their own eyes. That's anarchy. Yeah. If it's every man for themselves, then there's no standing government and it's chaos.
So then my claim of the government is at its baseline force is a true statement. The other stuff is culture and morality and things stacked on top of the body that you've given the force to.
No, because the government has to have legitimacy in order to be government, and the legitimacy is given by God. That is before the actual physical circumstances of the thing. To say it's basically force is to deny Romans 13, because otherwise the legitimacy aspect is not there to it.
Sure. But in a civil war, when a sweeping power comes in and takes a government over, and now it is the new government, it now has the sword instead of the one that it conquered?
Yep.
Do you see that there's issues?
There's no discrepancy there, because God gave that to the new government. For example, we came in and we took all the land from all the Native Americans. We're the new government now. And if China comes in and takes over us, then they have the power of the sword. That is how it works. But that doesn't mean it's just force. There's force and providence at work at the same time. It's not mutually exclusive.
How did they take over the old government?
Again, that's a circumstantial argument. I agree that it requires force to do things, but it doesn't. But that's not what gives legitimacy. When you're talking about, can I be a vigilante? It's a question of legitimacy, not force. Of course, anybody can physically be a vigilante, but the question is, would you do it on a moral level? And the answer is no.
Right, but Rex, think. By force, they took the government and stepped in as the government. What gave it legitimacy? Absent the Christian worldview, what gave it legitimacy at that point?
Okay. So just to clarify, no. Just to clarify, if you're saying absent a Christian worldview, meaning this is an atheistic scenario for argument's sake.
No, it's a physical world view, like literally in that scenario.
So materialistic
metaphysics. Like, what gives the legitimacy? Why do they all? If you
absent metaphysics, there is no such thing as legitimacy.
Okay, so an evil Muslim regime could rock into America and take it over.
Yep.
And you could be subjugated by them, and you will say that they have every right to do so. They have every right to do so.
Let me give you
anybody who can conquer my government is ordained by God to take my government.
Okay, no, here's the difference between a right to do so and having the right of the sword. Let me give you an example, and this is an uncomfortable example, but it makes my point. Is a Christian morally permitted to marry a non-Christian in your worldview?
Morally permitted.
Does God allow non-Christians to marry non-Christians?
I think you can, but I think you ought not.
Okay.
You should not.
Hold on. That was my question. Well, there is Romans 7:2-3 and 1 Corinthians 7 verse 39 says you are free if your spouse dies, you are free to remarry, but only in the Lord. So it is expressly there.
Remarry, that's not.
Well, we'll get into that, but it says only in the Lord. Only in the Lord is what it says for Romans 7:2-3. So there is an express prohibition about marrying a non-Christian as a Christian.
Okay.
So now, once that marriage has occurred, is it real?
Well, there's too many factors with that. Like, is it real?
Okay. Is it possible for a Christian to marry a non-Christian such that the marriage is real in the eyes of God?
Again, I'm not sure, actually.
Okay.
I don't think it would be legitimate, but
I don't know on what basis you would say that. But here's what I'm getting at. The method of getting somewhere may be illegitimate, but once achieved, the authority or the position is legitimate, even if the means of getting there was not. In the case of war, that's one example. In the case of marriage, that's another example.
I feel like it's weird that there's a stance that force allows one group to conquer another group and institute its control over a land, but force is not the mechanism, nor is it the thing.
I didn't say it wasn't the mechanism. That's a straw man. I never said it wasn't what I said was, if you have authority to execute death and deal out death, it's because it's within a government realm. Outside the government officials, you as a citizen do not have that authority, except in cases of like self-defense or like out in the street somewhere. But
this is separated from the point. The point is the force allows for the thing. Like somebody who can
nobody's arguing against that.
Force can do a thing. And the same is true for government, who can crack down on things. They can decide through legal means, right, that something is illegal. The only way they actually do anything about making the choice that is illegal is through force.
Nobody ever disagreed with that. We've spent this whole time agreeing on this again and again. But the question is, when you ask me, would you do this or would you do that? My moral reasoning comes into it, especially as a citizen. So when you're
I'm not asking about what you would do. I'm saying the underpinnings, the reason that government can act is force. And the way that governments were instituted is through force.
Nobody disagreed with that. I don't know who you're talking to. Of course, I agreed with that. I'm okay. Here's what's probably going on. You probably think that I deny that force is the mechanism by which people conquer things and take power. I never denied that. I'm talking about when it comes to legitimacy, whoever has the government has the power. If you're conquered, they're the government now. Look at them. They're captain now.
Can I ask a quick question, if I may?
Sure.
So in the scenario, trying to come in or take over, well, I have two questions, but this is the first one. They come and take over. Is it morally okay for the Christians to fight against it? And if so, at what point do they recognize that China is the new government and lay down their arms?
So I would say during the time of war, when the conquest is being attempted, you can fight back. And at the point of surrender, where the governing bodies have surrendered to the Chinese, you are now subject to the Chinese. And you can't become a terrorist. You can't become an insurrectionist.
Second question. Your example with marriage. What is your definition what is your definition of marriage when you pose that question?
Yeah, so marriage is one man, one woman for life, brought together by God.
By God, but is legal by the state marriage considered that or no?
Yeah, and I'll give you an example from the Orthodox Study Bible. Actually, we're going to go to Matthew chapter 14. This has to do with John the Baptist.
On the Orthodoxy, marriage is considered a sacrament.
I know, and that's what makes this part so puzzling because so if you have a marriage, so marriage would be between two Christians. Okay, so
Orthodoxy.
So here's the problem with that. So if in the Orthodox Study Bible, you have one?
Of course.
Okay, so if you go to page 1295 and you look at Matthew 14. It talks about how John the Baptist goes to Herod. Herod is neither a Christian nor a Jew. And he says it is not lawful for you to have her. Meaning, okay, let me just read it verbatim. At that time, Herod the Tetrarch heard the report about Jesus and said to his servants, "This is John the Baptist. He is risen from the dead, and therefore these powers are at work in him." For Herod had laid hold of John and bound him and put him in prison for the sake of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, because John had said to him, "It is not lawful for you to have her." And although he wanted to put him to death, he feared the multitude because they counted him as a prophet. But when Herod's birthday was celebrated, the daughter of Herodias danced before them and pleased Herod. Therefore, he promised with an oath to give her whatever she might ask. So she said, having been prompted by her mother, "Give me John the Baptist's head on a platter." And the king was sorry. Nevertheless, because of the oaths and because of those who sat with him, he commanded it to be given to her. So because John the Baptist rebuked him and said, "It's not lawful for you to have your brother's wife," that means that there was a legitimate marriage going on there between his brother and Herodias. And otherwise, John the Baptist, the prophet, would have nothing to criticize. And if you look at the footnote, so it's not a private interpretation issue, you can see on the first footnote of 14:1-12, it says, "St. John is further remembered for his obedience to the law in general, as a defender of marriage in particular, in condemning Herod's unlawful marriage to his brother's wife. St. John's obedience to God was one that preferred death over compromise. At Vespers on this day we sing, 'When your head was cut off, you revealed to us the law of God, abolishing man's disobedience to the law.'" So even the Orthodox Church recognizes the marriages of non-Christians, which would not be administered by either a synagogue in all likelihood, and definitely not by any Christian church before the Christ came.
Well, I don't know if that's the entailment of that.
That's exactly what it says.
No, that's not the entailment of that.
Then how are they married in the eyes of God?
He said it was unlawful.
Why was it unlawful?
Okay, so if you're saying like civic law versus sacrament, those are two different things, correct?
John the Baptist wasn't a lawyer. He's not saying it's against the law of the land. He's saying,
wait a minute, hold on. The Bible talks about you even going back to like Levitical law. There's all kind of things that are lawful, but not a ought statement.
Yeah, but that's marriage is a creation ordinance that has nothing to do with the civil law, and the reason we know that is because of what Jesus said
Right, but
in Matthew 19, when it says if you divorce and remarry, you're committing adultery. And now even here it says it's a defender of marriage. So either the Orthodox have it wrong and it wasn't a marriage, or you have it wrong and it was a marriage.
well, no, and what you just read there, you said that she was a Jew, correct?
No. I said
I
it
thought
didn't happen in a synagogue. No, I said it didn't happen in a synagogue because these are
Oh, I see what
rulers
you're
of the Jews, and it didn't happen in a church because there were no churches at that point.
Was Harod correct in doing that because he was the government?
No, because the marriage supersedes government. Marriage is a creation ordinance.
But no, he put him to death though. He was correct in that because he was the government.
No, it was a total.
No,
that was a yeah. I didn't say because you held the sword that because you have the authority to carry out capital punishment that you have the authority to do injustice too. Obviously, that was an unjust act. But the question at hand was when you're talking about marriage. The Orthodox Study Bible agrees that Philip was married to Herodias because you're not. Otherwise, John the Baptist wouldn't have said it's not lawful for you to have your brother's wife.
What? Give me. So your claim is that because of that scripture, that Orthodox views legal marriage the same as sacrament marriage. What is the claim here?
The claim here is the Orthodox Study Bible teaches that the Orthodox position is that Philip and Herodias were married.
Well, you're also just reading it, and you don't have any like church history behind it. You're just reading it. So
the Orthodox Study Bible has no church history behind it.
No, you're still reading it. Are you reading it? You're interpreting this, right?
I know it. So you can't read. You can't read the Bible. You can't read anything interpreting. You can't read any textbooks. It's all behind a cloud.
I'm just asking a simple question. You're reading something. Look, we do this all the time. Like if I read a manual or something, I'm interpreting the manual, right? You're interpreting what you're reading there, correct?
I think you interpret like ciphers or things that are unclear, but you read things that are clear. And I think what I read was extremely clear.
No, if I read an instruction manual on how to cook like I don't know, a biscuit, I'm interpreting the instructions.
You are I save the word interpret for things that are vague, not things that are clear.
Well, no, like okay, I can even use the baking example, right? Let's say I read a recipe and it said it calls for flour, and my interpretation is like, oh, just general flour, and then I bake it, and then it doesn't really come out right, and then what I don't know is that the cook who was a master chef and wrote the recipe, he always bakes with double out flour or maybe self-rising flour. And his pupils, people who studied under them, would know that, but I wouldn't.
Okay, so
I'm interpreting it wrong.
So you're interpreting it wrong based on what's not in the text.
I'm interpreting it based on what I perceive to be correct.
But you, in your example, you just said
wouldn't
flour.
Be wrong. Yeah, I wouldn't be wrong. It's flour. But anyway, my point getting back to this is that under Orthodox, marriage is considered a holy sacrament, and it's performed in the church between two Christians. They don't perform that if one person is a Christian and the other one's an atheist.
So you're saying that? Okay. So your argument.
Now they do. Now hold on. Let me finish. They do. Obviously, the church recognizes like legal marriage, but that would still not be considered in living in union with God's standards.
Okay, so then why does the Orthodox Church recognize John the Baptist as a defender of marriage because of what he said about Herod and Herodias? Because that's exactly what the footnote says, and I can read it again.
Yeah, I know that's what the footnote says.
Is the footnote wrong?
The footnote, I would say, is not wrong, but I would have to look into exactly your claim versus what the scripture is saying.
Well,
I don't have it off the top of my head right now.
I'll wait. You can go ahead and get your Orthodox Study Bible, and you can fact check me if I'm telling you something that's not true.
I wouldn't go. Well, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't play scripture battle and go to the Orthodox Study Bible. I would go and look at like some for like church father writing or some other church tradition on what this actually means and why it was said that way. That's what I would do.
But as you know, individual church fathers do not hold anywhere near the sway of, say, an ecumenical council, right?
Or something along those lines. Yeah, ecumenical council, sure. Like something like that. I wouldn't
So it
just
goes-
read the same thing you read and then say this is my interpretation versus your interpretation.
No, because if you want to talk about interpretations, if you want to assume that there's something that needs to be interpreted or that's
So what?
unclear,
Give me the scripture again.
okay, it is Matthew 14, and then you can go 1 through 11 if you want to,
14.
or 12 if you want to. But the footnote is where it makes it especially clear. When it says in the second paragraph, St. John is further remembered for his obedience to the law, capital L, in general, and his defender and the defender of marriage in condemning Herod's unlawful marriage to his brother's wife. So it's not talking about
and your claim, but okay, but with this, your claim is that Orthodoxy views this as, I guess, what is your claim? Like, what is your, like, specifically?
I would say that my claim is that the Orthodox Study Bible is probably either misrepresenting Orthodoxy or Orthodoxy is confused.
No. Like that aside, what you're saying, what is your interpretation of that scripture, and what does it mean for Orthodoxy? I'm trying to understand.
Oh, my interpretation is the same as the Orthodox Study Bible, which was it was a real marriage that John the Baptist was defending.
Okay, so the claim
marriage.
is it's a real marriage that
between
the church
Philip and
recognized
Herodias.
as. Okay, so all right, but
I mean, if John the Baptist is any representation of the Christian faith.
So wait a
yes.
minute. What? Maybe we're just talking past each other. When I just said that, discussed about marriage and sacrament within church, my latter half of my example is the church still understands and recognizes that civil law is a marriage, but it's not living in proper, like, I guess you could say, standards with God.
So you would say
but
that
they would not marry, but they're not going to marry a Christian and an atheist in holy matrimony. They're not going to do that.
I agree that the Orthodox position is not to have mixed faith marriages. I totally agree with that. I know that that's the case. What I'm saying is,
what did I just say contradicts what you think is going on here?
You say earlier that two non-Christians can't marry each other because of the sacrament, and that anything that's called a marriage performed outside the church is not a marriage?
Well, I would say properly, I said marriage is a sacrament, which is true.
Do you believe the government can administer sacraments, or anything outside the church can administer a sacrament?
I never claimed that.
But do you believe it, that anybody outside the church can administer a sacrament?
Not what I would consider marriage.
Okay. So when it comes, so that's my point. When it comes to Matthew 14, it's called a marriage between Philip and Herodias, and that's why it's unlawful for Herod to have his brother's wife, because she's already married. Not only is it incest, but the reason is because they are family, as in Herodias and Philip are husband and wife.
All right, hold on. So I think I'm still trying to understand. So you're saying that Orthodoxy, based on what you're reading, would have to view Herod's marriage as a sacramental marriage?
I don't know what every vein of Orthodoxy would believe, or what they've written here or there. I can't claim to know if there's one coherent view here. All I know is,
I'm just asking what your contention is. Is that the contention?
My contention is that regardless of whatever camp you're in, there are Orthodox resources that point in my direction, and there may be Orthodox resources that point in your direction, and maybe they're held both in different documents.
I'm not sure what your direction is. Like, just
here's my direction. Here's my direction. Marriage can be administered by the state, a state authorized authority to marry, or the church acting alone as a government in the case of marrying. Those are the only three avenues for legitimate marriage. There are no legitimate marriages administered. Like if there was a mosque somewhere, and there was no government to that mosque or whatever. I mean, that's just a ridiculous hypothetical. But let's just say that, or if it was just like plain Buddhism, there the Buddhist temple does not have the authority, absent of government, to administer a real marriage. The only way you could do that is like when I use the island example. If you and one woman were there, you are de facto government. Therefore, even in that freakish situation, you would be administering your own marriage with that, because you would be effective government of that. But my point with Matthew 14 was that God recognized the marriage between Philip and Herodias as a real marriage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the best men born of women to prophesy.
Okay, let me
warning.
rephrase the two parts that I said earlier, maybe this, and see if this clicks. The church recognizes civil marriage as a real union in a basic sense, but does not see it as a full Christian marriage without the church sacramental blessing. Does that conflict with what you think is going on with that scripture?
I don't entirely know what that means in how they define those two marriages. So it'd be interesting to find out what they mean by
sacramental marriage, meaning you have the blessing of the church. It's a sacramental marriage. You do the ceremony. It's between two Christians. That's one. And then they recognize that, yes, there's this civil union in a basic sense, but it's not this other thing.
Okay. Would the Orthodox Church say that the two people who are only in a civil union but not in the sacramental marriage, that they are fornicating, or would they say that they are truly husband and wife?
So that I would have to look into. I don't know.
I'm actually really confused too, actually, because would there be a sacramental marriage prior to Christ's death and resurrection and the church being established?
Well, we would agree that people who married in the Old Testament were truly married, right?
Sure, but that wouldn't be within the Christian purview, right?
Agreed. I agree, because it would be administered by the state, and it would be recognized by God, which is my point.
Okay.
So God gave marriage also, but to be administered by the state, not just church.
Under your view, do you see civil union carrying the same weight as sacramental marriage?
Obviously, civil union is charged with some gay language. So when I say marriage, I include any marriage that was administered by the state that did not include people who are blood related, did not include people who had living valid spouses, and did not include people who were put under duress. Those would not be real marriages. But real marriages are administered either by the state, a state authorized authority, which could include other religious organizations if the state is behind it, and the church alone acting as the state. Those are the only three ways that a marriage can be, the only three authorities that can administer a marriage, which is why you can have legitimate marriages before the church is established and before synagogues are established, before Israel is established.
So from what, I mean, briefly, and this is like from that from that scripture, the Gospel of Matthew, and I think this is a great saying. I need to look further into this, like the actual details of this. But from what I'm seeing, the judgment was based on a moral law, which had been his brother's wife, which violated the law in Leviticus.
Yep.
Okay. So wouldn't that help, like, kind of help illustrate the important distinction there?
Which important distinction?
Between, like the types of, like what you're saying, the types of marriage.
Explain.
So the relationship between Horrid, it was recognized outwardly, socially and politically, like a real union. But it was not lawful.
I think I know what you're saying.
But it's not lawful. But it's not lawful or blessed marriage in God's eyes because it violated divine commandments.
Well, also because it was not only was it incestuous, but it was adulterous because it's your brother's wife. He didn't say
so
it was
wrong.
wrong.
It was understood to be sinful and invalid in union, not a true marriage in the full sense.
Oh, absolutely. It was not a true marriage. But my point was not about Herod and Herodias. My point was about Philip and Herodias, because it's still his brother's wife. He didn't say it's unlawful for you to marry because it's not a sacramental marriage or because it was just merely incest. It was because it was his brother's wife. And the wife part is still operative. Even if you take incest out of the equation, it's the wife of somebody who most likely didn't
But
get married in a synagogue, most likely and couldn't get married in a church.
But I'm confused. Then why? Then the footnote that you read that he was a defender of marriage. John was a defender of marriage that would be fine. That would be true because he was. So I don't understand how that contradicts what I just said.
Yeah, well, what I'm getting at is if you're going, I wanted to clarify, and it sounds like what you're saying is the church does recognize marriages that were performed outside of the Orthodox Church as true marriages. They're just not, they're not
full. They're not full
sacramental
like full
marriages.
Sacramental, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
but let me ask you a question. In these non-sacramental marriages, is it possible for a man to commit adultery?
Well, I would say yes. I mean,
Okay, so it's a real marriage. Even if it's not a full marriage, it's a real marriage in your eyes.
I would say it would. Yeah, I would recognize it. Yeah, as a real marriage. Yeah.
Okay. I might disagree with the gradation.
I don't see
but
it.
Yeah.
I don't
Can
see
I ask
how
a
that.
wild question?
Sure.
Can I ask you both a wild question? When did Adam marry Eve?
When God brought her to him.
Yeah, I think that goes into God being the author of marriage.
This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh.
Okay.
I shall call her woman, for she came from man.
When Jacob laid down with the women that he did, were they married upon consummation, or were they married in ceremony and in?
Yeah, they'd be married in ceremony, because otherwise everything would be sin then leading up to the sex that would consummate the marriage. So sex being marriage is not real. And I can get you a video on that. There's actually a great YouTube channel called Divorce Your Marriage that debunks sex being the beginning of marriage.
I think the I guess the dividing line here, if I had to sum it up between the discussion, is there's a difference between something that, and this goes into the accountant Matthew as well. There's a difference between that something that exists legally or socially and something that is valid and blessed before God.
Well, you wouldn't send a prophet before something that was just like a legal loophole. That's not, it's capital L law. That's not, he's not talking about that what you jaywalked. It wasn't like that.
Well, no, but he was a defender of marriage. So
yeah, real marriage.
I mean, right. So I don't, right. But it was still it was with Herod, it was socially acceptable based on the people around him, right? It was socially, and he's the law, so legally acceptable.
No,
but
so
it was a moral issue.
The law he's referring to is transcendent moral law. It is not lawful. You have broken God's law. It's not you have broken the law of the land. He wouldn't have put down his life for something that was like just like the law of the land, circumstantial, absent of what God's law is.
But his contention is because it violated the law in Leviticus.
The law in Leviticus is civil, but it is also moral, that you cannot commit incest, and also that you cannot commit adultery, which was what was going on between Herod and Herodias against
right.
Philip.
So it's law. Well, yeah. So it could be both, but
it is both. Yeah.
So lawful,
but Herod,
a moral issue.
But Herod was part of the Roman Empire at that point and wouldn't be subject to Judaism's laws anyway. So he wouldn't be calling him to anything. Like, I don't know what Roman law says, and I don't think John the Baptist came as a Roman lawyer either. I think he was talking about the moral law, as in thou shalt not commit adultery. It was both incest and adultery.
Right. I don't disagree with any of that.
Oh, sounds like we agree. For the most part.
It sounds like sounds like we might have been misunderstanding each other, or at least maybe I wasn't presenting my position clearly.
Oh, we got a cool Vic raid.
Oh, thank you, Vic. Cool Vic raid. Thank you. Thank you, Vic. Okay, so that was quite the road to go down, gentlemen.
Yep. But you got your debate, Abe, which is what you were itching for.
Yeah, well, we went from force to marriage. So
just like I shouldn't say. Write your own jokes. All right. Well, it's getting to that time of the night. So, gentlemen, it has been.
It is for me as well.
It has been quite the three square, I guess, tonight.
Indeed. Indeed.
4 score, 3 square.
Oh, indeed.
So yeah, thanks for having me. Good times. Good times.
Call out your channels. Tell people where
sure.
to go to find you.
Sure. Re-examination at Re-examination Show on YouTube. You can check my link tree in my channel description. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be doing a debate review with Eli Nix over his Mega Bloodbath Phil Talk debate. So that'll be exciting. And yeah, here's Mo Rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm Mo Rebuttal. Same handle everywhere, Discord, YouTube. You'll find me on panels like this and doing debates. I have a abortion debate coming up on the 14th, so I'll be making a post about that. So look forward to that. But yeah, you'll just see me around making arguments and having a good time. But take care. Thanks for having me up, babe. I appreciate it. This was great. Rex, thanks for the exchange. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys later. Take care. God bless.
All right.
God bless.
Cool Vic says you and Eli Nix sound alike, so that should be interesting. I've also been told that I look like Eli. I just wanted to say that before I left. Sport Brand is complaining that now that we got the raid that we're coming to the close, but that doesn't mean you stop, Abe. Obviously, this is your house. This is the White House, and you just put in that new ballroom, so it would be rude to not let your guests dance. Have a good one.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Like I'm ruling from behind the seat somehow. That's amazing. Well, that was an interesting talk. I feel like the force part is like I wasn't making any moral claims on force. My basic claim was that it's a truism that government functions through the force that they can wield. Otherwise, they can't defend rights. They can't hold the seat of government absent the force that they have. And my whole point was to go all the way down to the baseline of like force is it's not the most important thing in the world, obviously, but it is what is the deciding factor in who holds control in the initial and then things like that. So I think there's definitely grounding for force doctrine absent like I understand where people have an issue with it, but it's like if I look at it as just a statement of this is a thing that exists in the world, force is a deciding factor at the baseline, and then obviously as a Christian or wherever you stand on the subject, then it needs to be used within a moral framework for good, and it gets used all the time in a non moral framework for evil. But it is a thing that exists that makes or breaks civilizations, or even smaller things like just skirmishes or what have you. So tonight we started with my issue with men acting like women and the degradation of the country through feminist ideals that I think have led to this current era of men living in the sphere of reputation destruction and drama constantly, and has led us to terrible places. And we need more masculine men, or more men to step into masculinity that is, do as thou not do as thou wilt, but let your yeas be yeas and your nays be nays, and being earnest and forthright with their words. And yeah, I think that feminism is destructive from the ground up. I think that it started destructive and continued to erode the things around it as it moved forward. And you could get into a debate about women saying, well, it gave them the right to vote and all these things, but it was a right that was not wanted by the majority of women in the nation when it happened. So it's almost like it was foisted upon the female persuasion at the time. I think that women lost a lot at the same time. They lost the ability to say, we didn't make it this way, but it's wrong and you should change it. And it gave them some kind of moral footing to stand on, because it wasn't their stances or their actions that made the world act a certain way. Partially what drove me to talking about this in the first place was the Rachel versus Brian debate, because I feel like Brian acted as a feminine agent in that debate and has acted as a feminine thing this entire time in his arguments with Rob, in his arguments with Andrew, and his arguments with Rachel. He's acted in a very feminine way. And then even in that debate with Rachel, you look at his argumentation, he doesn't have answers. He just asks more questions, shifts burdens, continues calling names and insulting, and then tries to utilize reputation destruction on Rachel and Andrew and anyone he disagrees with. And I think he is what we see. Oh, look at that. Well, hello there.
Feliz Cinco de Mayo para ti, compadre. But I came here to disagree with you.
It's Revenge of the Sith. It's Revenge of the Sith.
Nobody cares about the Sith. Not even the Sith care about the Sith.
It's kind of true.
Yeah.
Kind of true.
Anyway.
What are you going to disagree with me on?
Okay. Let's start with basic things.
Hurry up.
Yeah. If you let's say that your wife started acting like Brian Shapiro, would you be okay with that?
No, but you're missing a key point here. In combat, men will attack through physical means, and in a state of combatancy, a woman will use words or social destruction. That's the difference in the action of destroying an enemy. And he is using social destruction rather than the man's framework, which he would be stoic and say, your words don't have any effect on me. And
but would you say,
instead he tried to go ahead.
Would you say that is not, if you see a man, in battle, would say that that's considered to be a virtue, right? In the past, in the present, it's considered to be a virtue that man is in common. Okay, when you see a woman, do you see bickering about bullshit as a virtue of woman?
No.
Okay, so if it's female behavior, what you're attacking,
it's feminine behavior, not female behavior.
Well, okay, feminine behavior is the same thing, because I think it's the same thing anyway. Okay, but if they're just acting like women, what is the moral problem there? Wouldn't it be normal for women to be acting that way, and we'll be like, okay with the action in and of itself?
Well, man shouldn't be acting like a woman.
Yeah, but women shouldn't be acting like that woman either. Yeah. If I see a woman acting like Brian Shapiro, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, she's just acting like a woman. I would be don't beat her like a bitch.
That's also part of the point. Part of the point is he's acting like a catty bitch.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So it's not a virtue of woman. It's not acting like a woman. It's
acting in fact feminine and poorly feminine. Yes.
Yeah, it's acting poorly. That's the problem. It's not that the woman part.
Okay.
Want... This is what I would say, okay? I want virtue. I really do.
I agree with you.
But if I say to a woman that acting like a woman
I didn't say he's acting
virtuous,
like a virtuous feminine woman. I said he's acting in a feminine manner, not
perfect. If a woman is acting feminine, that would be okay. That would be good for her.
Okay, well, my point was he's not being masculine.
Okay, yeah, you just call him a bitch.
Well, I did
Say,
say that. I did say he's a.
yeah,
I said he's not. He's not a son of a bitch. He's a bitch of a son.
yeah, exactly. That is the problem. That he's acting like a bitch. It has nothing to do with womankind
I
or
didn't say it's
femininity.
womankind.
Yeah,
I said
it's
he's.
not a problem with femininity. In fact, I would say that acting like a bitch is not feminine. It would be against the feminine. It would be against femininity.
My point was he lacks the ability to act masculine like a male, and he acts within a feminine paradigm and does reputation destruction instead. And I said there's a
Yeah.
lot of people in the online space that are male that are acting feminine and attacking the character or doing social attacks rather than just being dudes. Because there's a whole lot of men acting like they're not dudes these days when it comes to I have a problem with you. Instead of hashing it out or having an argument between the two of us, we go and make up stuff or flip people and then talk shit about them behind their back. And I'm not saying that that's a good feminine virtue, but my description of feminine just means it's not a masculine. He's not doing his fight in any masculine way. He's doing it in a feminine way, which would be not masculine. And I'm not saying feminine means bad. I'm saying that feminine could be good or bad. Women can act good or bad. Men can act good or bad.
What if
To say feminine is inherently good would be a strange thing to say.
I would the problem is that a woman start acting feminine by doing that kind of behavior. What is my point? What can I say to that person, right? I would be like, yeah, you're right. You're acting feminine. Then it's in accordance to how you ought act because you are a woman, so you ought act feminine. So if it's a catty bitch on the internet, it will be perfectly understandable, and I don't think that is a correct thing. That I don't think that's the way we. Yeah, I don't think that's the correct way of thinking about it.
Okay. I mean, you can say that. You're assigning like inherent virtue to feminine, which is just female.
No, I'm assigning femininity to woman.
Femininity doesn't mean femininity is the act of being in a feminine stance, right?
Femininity is acting like a woman. I would say that is femininity.
Okay, and do some women act bitchy?
Some women act bitchy, yes.
So when they act bitchy, they're not women anymore?
No, I would say that they are that they're acting like a woman, right? And if acting like a woman is perfectly understandable for women, and it's no bad, then it's perfectly understandable. Let me put it this way: if a man is acting aggressive, because men ought to act aggressive, what is he doing wrong as a man?
Well, it depends on why he's being aggressive.
Yeah, he ought to act aggressive. That's how masculine people should act, right?
I don't think I ever made that claim. Nor did I ever make the claim
Nobody
that
would make
feminine
that
should
claim.
act bitchy.
Yeah,
I never said they ought.
Yeah, if a woman is acting like super aggressive, I
Mhm.
wouldn't be like, oh,
I would say she's acting masculine. Yeah,
No,
I would.
You wouldn't say
Yes.
that. You would
If
say,
a
stop
woman
being
was
a
out in a
bitch.
fist fight, if a woman
Stop
gets out
being a
and starts
bitch. That's what you would say.
No, if a woman is like puffing out her chest, bumping into people and getting in fist fights, I'd say she's acting masculine.
If a woman is doing that, I would say, hey, stop being a bitch. Don't do that. Don't be dumb. You're gonna get your ass kicked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the thought process. I am not assigning virtue to masculine or feminine. You could be good in a masculine framework or bad. You can be good in a feminine framework or bad. My point is that most often, if women seek to destroy another woman or man, they'll use reputation destruction, and a man usually will use fists and violence. So when I said feminine, I'm saying he's not acting as a man would in a fight. Not that he should punch, but he shouldn't be trying to destroy the character of everyone around like a woman would in scorn. That's all.
No, we have
And
to.
I-
We have
I-
to
I
keep
could
on
agree.
attacking each other now.
I could
Because we're
agree
men,
that
and
I could agree that he's a bitch. I could agree with that.
well,
And I could
that's
even
not
say
hard
he's
to
being
agree.
bitchy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he's not actually feminine. He's just acting
I
as
don't
if he
think
was a
he's acting like a woman. I think he's acting like a beach made man.
bitch-made man. Yeah, I agree.
Bitch made man. And
I agree with
the
that.
the point that I would say is that I don't.
I know
I
you have
want-
an issue with people using masculine or feminine as descriptors because you want feminine to mean good woman, not
No.
every
I want-
behavior within woman.
What I don't want is to use the idea of femininity as a morally degrading term, right? Because I want
I
women
didn't
to
attach
be able
morality
to
to
be
it at all.
feminine. But you were, because it's like what he was doing. Was it wrong? Is it wrong for Brian to act that way?
Yes,
And the way that it's what described is as a woman, right?
I said
Because it's
he's
femininity. It's a
acting
feminine way to act.
in a feminine way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. So
Because-
if
because it's
the
often
way that I
within the-
would say the way that I would
Is it
say
act-
is
okay. Go ahead.
yeah, so, apologies. The way I would say is I want women because I think it's correct for women to act feminine, in a feminine manner, in a feminine way. So if I say femininity is bad, okay, because that's the way that it seems to be, it's like I think that's absolutely wrong. I would like to be in accordance to the virtue of the people and not in accordance to femininity, masculinity.
Let's do this. Let's do this. My claim was that a man should not be acting as a woman.
Uh-huh.
Whether it's a good woman or a bad woman, a man should not be acting as a feminine.
But a woman should act like a feminine, right?
What?
A woman should act as a woman. Should act feminine.
A woman should be a woman. Yes, a woman should be feminine. And I get what you're saying. Like me calling him feminine because of bad behavior is calling feminine bad behavior. But that's not the claim that I'm making. The claim that I'm making is he's acting like the worst part of feminine behavior, not masculine. Like his bitchy whining and his going off on a huge random tangent. And I'm not saying that that's good behavior. And I'm not assigning feminine because it's bad behavior. I'm assigning feminine because he's acting in a framework that is non-masculine and being an asshole at the same time.
Yeah.
But I get where you're coming from.
From what
I shouldn't call
sounds
bad behavior feminine. What?
No, I read Chad. Yeah, I just don't think
fact
that it's like
that-
I understand, but I would just whenever I see these it's a little bit harder for me to sell femininity to women
So-
when I'm like, yeah,
right,
femininity
right.
is wrong. It's like
I get that.
you ought
I
to be
get that.
feminine and you ought to be like
Right.
you
I get
you
it.
should be acting in accordance to what
Right.
feminine values and morals are.
I get it. By no means am I saying that this is the full measure of femininity. What I'm trying to say is that part of my whole spiel earlier was that the society has, in the last multiple generations, in television and everything else, has tried to make men act more like women, but men are not women. So they're going to act in some weird twisted version of femininity, because television and everything else says that women should have all the good positions, they should get all the rights, they should be like CEOs and businesses and run governments and all this stuff. And then all men in popular media are shown as bumbling oaf idiots who couldn't possibly do anything but maybe swing a hammer. And so we have a whole, well, more than one generation who have fallen into this popular media hole where it's bad to be masculine. It's bad to say what you mean. It's bad to just come out and say things earnestly and forthright. And so what you have is a bunch of bitch boys out here acting like women, or what they think should be feminine. So you have him like professing all this love and kindness and care for all these groups, and anybody can do whatever they want all the time, and then turn around and try to do reputation destruction to the person he's debating as if he is a female, which he is obviously not one. So he's acting what he thinks society wants him to be, which is his version of femininity. But we could just call it bitch if you want.
Yeah, just call it. Let's call it bitch behavior. I used to enjoy the idea of fucking witch behavior, bitch behavior.
Bitch of a son behavior.
Yeah. Which also applies, to be fair.
Witch? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Witchy.
Witchy.
He's
yeah,
a
I
witchy.
think there's a couple of people from their end, like very mad at me for pointing out.
What, the drama end?
Well, people got really mad because they don't think I understand the argument from their end, but I do. And
I know.
And it was pretty obvious that I do. And it was pretty obvious that I did.
Emmett, it's just a language barrier, okay?
Screw you. But true. Like, I can be mad at you for saying that, but true.
True.
I can be like, oh, fuck, yeah, it's true, fuck, yeah.
Look, you got to give people a little bit of leeway. There's a lot of retardation to go around, okay?
Okay, I will be doing that now, considering that that I was just told true statements about me.
Oh,
it's a
were you?
barrier.
Mm.
Well, yeah, it's a language barrier. Yeah. Screw you anyway.
Hey, you've been asked more than one time on my channel if somebody could interpret what you're saying. So
it is true. That's true.
It's happened. It's definitely true.
I don't understand. I don't even think that it was that bad. I don't think I was.
Sorry, Nate. Hold on.
What did they? What happened?
Oh, Nate asked for a link. I didn't see it until just now. And then I read it and I'm like, oh, shoot, he asked for a link. No, I just think there's I don't even know what you would call it. It's a failing on our side. And I think not our side, but like on the side of masculinity. Like there's a whole multiple generations who have been taught not to act masculine as males. And then on top of that, popular culture is telling them, and even parents are telling them to sit down and be quiet, not to speak up for themselves, and not to take stances, and be in their emotions, and all these things that have done quite a bit of harm to them. And they don't even know they're in the wrong because of the way things have sculpted them. And I think it's time for dudes to actually pay attention and learn that there is value in being a masculine male in your life.
Yeah. Hey, Nate.
Hey, how's it going?
How's you going? And I'm not being
circular.
I'm
going okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'm doing all right.
I saw you're ankle biting on Chad.
Mm.
I am a professional ankle biter. You know this, Emmett.
He's good at it too.
To be fair,
you know,
how long? Wait, just a second. Hollow Nate is the architect of the Daria debate and debate downfall that has given us a lot of little, compromises later. So yeah, that.
I do what I can. I do what I can. It's like I had been telling. I'd been talking with Abe over the last week. I'm not useful everywhere, but I do have specific uses, and I'm really good at those.
True.
Well,
Nate,
yeah, what's up?
Nate is really good at pissing people off. Let's just say that. He's just really good at pissing people off.
I am good at pissing people off.
Especially in Sarah's channel. You do really good at pissing people off in her channel.
I don't even go in there anymore.
I know, but your name is still tossed up in her channel.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
the legend remains.
Maybe I should sue, since I did not even communicate with her. I just dropped all of my connections to her channel, and I have not been back since. The only time I even interact is if I'm watching someone else's channel who reacts to something.
Well, Duck has mentioned you a few times. Duck has mentioned you a few times.
Oh, yeah, well, Duck has problems with life.
Duck's why. I understand that sometimes it's hard to believe that other people actually live in a state of reality and not like altered reality. And it's okay that I will never understand the rainbows and butterfly unicorns that you experience.
Yeah.
I don't know this.
All right, so
back.
Yeah, Duck's why. I don't know why he can't let go of it. Like, I interacted with him twice.
I know, but he's not the only one that brings you up. I mean, there's others, but you're famous.
Famous.
Hello.
I hurt his feelings once.
Wait, why is
and
another Mexican
it stings. It stings.
I don't know who this person is. I've never seen him before. Who are they?
What's the name?
They're muted right now, but they're.
Hola.
I just put them.
Home Depot está por allá.
God damn it.
He's muted. I don't know. But I'm covering it because I don't know them.
No, Emmett, Abe, you would agree that when you and I were growing up in the 80s, in the 90s, being a man was a lot easier. It was a lot easier to define how to be a man, from a boy to a man.
Mm-hmm. Hello, welcome. Don't hear you.
We don't hear you.
We're not getting any sound.
Hello.
Yes, I can show you where's the nearest Home Depot.
Tap the microphone.
God damn it.
I don't think your microphone's picking
Tap
you
the
up.
little microphone.
Might not be set to the right mic or something. Nope. I don't hear you at all.
Set it to default.
Yeah.
Shout out to this guy. The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the host and the hosts only. They explicitly and directly reflect and represent the channel's policy and views directly held by the channel host and broadcaster. Shout out to you, man. I never seen a crazy ass fucking disclaimer like that, bro. Your disclaimer is saying that you 100% agree with everything that I'm saying. So, like, if I say fuck niggers,
man, get out of here, idiot.
Yeah, bye.
That's
Goodbye.
nice.
What a dummy.
Yeah.
Why? He read it
Like-
wrong and then says that.
Seriously?
It's just this program are those of the speakers, not me. Good try, but
The only reason he came up here was try to make you look bad. That's the only way.
Yep. That was
Yeah.
stupid.
The only reason we have to
Obviously a Bryce Shat fan.
Probably.
God. You know,
Probably.
Brian came to Cyril's channel on Sunday, for the
Yep.
for the panel.
I
Oh my
almost
God.
came on just to argue with him.
I wanted to join on. I just wanted to jump on and ask him, how could you dox a 16-year-old?
Yeah.
How? I was pissed.
Pretty
I
messed
mean,
up. Pretty messed
Right?
up.
Yeah, that is messed up. I mean, as a father, you understand, Abe. I mean, come on.
I'm gonna have to
Well-
probably end because that's probably somebody trying to hit me with a report right after.
Yep.
Because that's what's happening in the space lately. So it's best if I
Oh,
raid
dang
this
it.
off and private this. So
Okay.
till I can clip it. So unfortunate. Who's live? Who wants? Emmett, are you live?
I'm not live. I'm working stuff.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's not your fault.
It says to start a new one.
Well-
You could just, you can try that.
Start a new one. Delete this one. Start a new one.
I gotta eat dinner. I'm gonna send you guys off.
All right.
That was so stupid. That pisses me off.
No, that's the thing. When they do that, you don't delete it. You have to private it and then
Yep.
and then
Clip the end.
clip it just like he said.
Yep. So dumb. People have to come ruin other people's things. It's really stupid.
Yep.
Well, the one creator who started all this with the it's funny how it was just a week or two after the one creator's little comment about little weapons of mass destruction, all of a sudden everybody's running around dirty bombing all the channels, right?
Yeah, it seems. I don't know. I won't assign blame, but it does seem messed up.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna drop down, and if
Well,
you need me
that
or you
sucks.
start the other one, let me know.
I'm just gonna raid it off, dude, because I need to go eat.
Alright. I'll be seeing you later.
I appreciate you all coming up. It was for fun.
All right.
Got a good stream in, and I'll be back probably tomorrow. So
Later.
I'm gonna send you guys off to.
Sounds good. Emmett, Abe, you guys have a great night.
Thank you, brother. You too. Be safe out there. God bless you, chat. Have fun. I will see you guys a little later.
Absolutely.
That's what I was tripping on.